So good morning, everyone. We're here for the Data Project Challenge semifinals. I will introduce the jury, and we will start. So, Kristýna Skivová from Siemens. Vendula Andrýsková from UD4D. Tereza Fukátková from Fortuna. And Dominik Novozámský from Atacama. Our first presentation, the very first, will go beyond the business, as it will evaluate and predict ambulance dispatches.
You are probably wondering, what a strange introduction. Why nobody said anything for the first 20 seconds? Why nothing happened for the first 20 seconds? You may be thinking, it's just 20 seconds. It's so little time. But I don't think it's just 20 seconds. What about Usain Bolt? He could run 200 meters in 20 seconds. Or what about Porsche 911, going from 0 to 250 kilometers per hour in just 20 seconds. Or what if I told you that in every unstable and very urgent case can be saved more than 20 seconds. And that's what the ZK system makes possible. The ZK system is a modern solution for efficient connection between emergency medical service and hospitals. It brings together emergency medical services, hospital admissions, and doctors. It enables doctors to consult with other doctors from other hospitals, and that case also digitalized the entire case process. And now, I have a question for you. Please raise your hand, all of you, who have ever called the emergency service. Thank you. And I'm sure you will agree with me that every second is endless when waiting for an ambulance. And that's exactly our goal, to reduce the wait time as much as possible.
Imagine if you could analyze the performance of your emergency medical service in a few clicks. Clearly analyze yesterday's data, last week's data, last month's data, or even last year's data. Whether it's geographical data on a map or statistics for individual ambulance units. If that's what you are thinking of, we have the perfect solution for you. Our reporting module for the ZK system allows you to get the most important information in minutes with sophisticated report. Full automation is a matter, of course. Who would want to manually upload data to a visualization tool? Our reporting module updates its database once a day so that you can get the highlights of yesterday while having your morning coffee. It would be inefficient to create a report whose content cannot be changed by the user in any way. Each user may be interested in different time periods, different emergency rescue teams, etc. Therefore, we offer a user-friendly option to filter the basic parameters. And the most important thing at the end. The report contains clear visualizations of the data from the ZK system, grouped into individual pages according to their focus. We make sure that the information can be found in the fastest possible time.
And how does it work? Data from emergency medical services are being, which communicates with dispatchings and hospitals, are being stored in Zcase core module. We are connecting to Zcase core module by API calls right into the MongoDB database. New records are being extracted, transformed, cleaned, and then loaded back to the MongoDB database in Eliadna collection. JSON file is also updated by the script, and on this JSON file, Power BI is then connected for visualization. After real deployment on the production, it is also possible to connect Power BI directly to the MongoDB database. Now I will show you 2 examples of our dashboards that we created. On the first side, we can see that this is monitoring dashboard for capital city of Prague, which shows basic statistics in last time periods, and also map that visualize destination hospitals by the size of circle, that is volume of cases that were headed into that hospital. And on the second dashboard, which is much more interactive, if you want to see how performed the team in Michanki in last few days or months, you can, there's no problem to it. You can filter simply by data range and by specific teams, and see all statistics that are important for the dispatchers. And how much does it cost? Our efforts in form of 20 man days, but we have done it pro bono, and $10 subscription for MongoDB database.
Lastly, I just want to thank to Bindworks, a digital app that makes amazing apps that help thousands of people in the healthcare, and to ICAM Hospital for allowing us to work on such a great project like Zcase. You can visit their sites to see more of their amazing work through the QR codes, and remember, even seconds matter.
Let's see. Oh yeah, the mic is working. I'm going to be the idiot in the board, so I'm just going to be asking the obvious questions. Thank you for the presentation. It was fantastic. I was captivated by the first entry slide with the app, which, by the way, was also where I got stuck, right? So it seemed like focused very much on the patient, on the person that has a problem and needs an ambulance. And then you went into this highly analytical, almost a corporate-focused analytics of how the process of sending ambulances and taking care of the whole process work. Which leads me to the question, who is your primarily focus in terms of the, let's say, customer? I'm not even going to say user, because I understand there may be multiple users. And second part of the question is, serving this particular user, what is your proposed business model in terms of who do you actually charge for this service?
So first questions about the users or something like this. The users will be dispatching workers, workers of hospital admissions, or maybe CEO of hospitals. And the second question about charging of this. we believe that that case will connect this to the actual Zscaler core model for free for everyone, because last update about consulting with other doctors from other hospitals is also part of the Zcase app, and they don't charge nothing more for this.
So I will summarize if I get it right, meaning the target user is the leadership team of the hospitals.
Yes, yes.
And in terms of the revenue model, it should be free for all.
Free for all the users that are using the app and paying for it.
And can you comment on the paying part, the people that pay for it? What do they pay, and how do you propose to make money on that?
I don't know how much it costs, and that's not on me.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very good. I really liked the graphics of it. It was very interesting, and even the intro, very unique, so thank you. I have a question in regards of the dashboard or the reporting solution that you're providing. I've seen some visualizations and some tables, etc. But what kind of, let's say, insights can the leadership of the hospital gain from these visualizations? Yeah, because let's say you offer some transparency, but do you also offer some sort of recommendations as part of the solution? Because you cannot expect the leadership directly to know based on, let's say, the number of emergency visits to a certain part of the city to make some sort of decisions, right?
In this stage, it's more like visualizations and descriptive statistics more than something that can, without, how to say it, without some insight of dispatchers deciding process. So maybe in future it is possible to develop something to directly decide. But for now, it is just a visualization tool that can help dispatchers to see what happened in last days or in last month, and eventually to compare it with last years and so on.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And there is also a big problem with recommendation prediction in healthcare, because if you predict something wrong, it can happen something terrible for the patient or for someone. So we need to be careful with the recommendation and prediction.
Thank you for the presentation. The first 26 seconds made a really good, great impression. And well, this time it didn't feel that long as when you are calling the ambulance. However, when we are at impressions, when looking at your dashboard, I was wondering, how did you develop it? Because UX is actually part of dashboard developments that people sometimes forget about. So I'm wondering, from the UX perspective, how did you approach it? And if there was any user testing with the eventual users?
We cooperate on the development of the visualization with my colleague in Bindworks, that is product owner and product manager of the Zcase system. And he is also UX designer, so he tells us that that's fine, and then we did it like this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And how about the users, like the people that will actually work with the dashboard?
We just not send the users this visualization because it's just a pilot project, or it's just like some first test of the project. So we work only with the my colleague in the Bindworks, and now we will send to the CTO of ICAM, and he will see it if it's good, or we need or he will need something else, and we will adjust it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
The time is up. Thank you very much, guys. Hope you will make it working.
Thank you.
So the data are playing increasingly significant role even in the world of sports. And the next presentation will be about how data can improve Czech basketball. So good luck, guys.
Hello, hello. Thank you.
Hello everyone. At first, we will show you just a short video.
Je tu pokus na 3 body a dává! Luboš Bartoň dává trojku! Chlape! Krátký pokus! Je to doma! Je to doma! Česká republika poráží Polsko 69-68!
Wow! This is the most beautiful part of every sport. That passion, that joy. In that video, there was a perfectly prepared and timed combination which decided the game in the final seconds of the game. But what if our national team could analyze more aspects of the game? What if there was a better position, better option, safer option for a shot? That's something that team would never know because they didn't have any technologies to analyze it. In modern world, there are technologies such as AI, some video analysis and sports sensors, and they are used in almost every sport. And we feel that Czech basketball needs to improve. It needs to change, because just look at these rankings in recent years. Would you consider that as a success? Surely not. We neither. So today, we are here with our solution, and what we provide, better insight into the data, into the statistics. Current situation is such that all coaches of Czech clubs or Czech young national teams have to do these analyses by themselves, and they simply don't have enough time to do that. So our goal is to save them a time, save them a work, and show them some hidden information they would never know. As we discussed with professional coaches, just a selection of a squad for a game could take 15 minutes with help of data. But with our solution, 5 minutes at all. And also we provide them some advanced charts and comparison tables, and they tested it and approve it. They love it. It's everything from me. Now let's move for the demonstration.
To imagine what we mean by that, let's look at the demonstration. Which one is it? Oh, fuck. Sorry. Oh, my bad. Yeah, demonstration. Let's all imagine here you are basketball coaches, and your job is to decide who's gonna go for the next championship. You have to choose 12 players, and you already chose 11 of them. You narrowed the list down for the last two players, to the last two players. Their names are Šimon Puršl and Tomáš Pomykálek. They are both really strong, big, and hard-playing players, and you can't really choose which one is better. So you look into their statistics from last season to help you make the decision. Here you can see their statistics from last season, where they both play around 50 games. These are the averages per game. You can see that Šimon scored more points and grabbed more rebounds per game than Tomáš last season. So raise your hand if right now, based on these statistics, you would choose Tomáš. And if you would choose Šimon, yeah, I can see there are more people choosing Šimon, but what if we dive deeper into it? On this graph, you can see the last 10 games of season for both of the players. Red line is Shimon, blue line is Tomáš. You can see that Tomáš started below his average, but as the season was coming to its end, his scoring totals increased. On the other side, Shimon started a little bit better this part of the season, but as the season was coming to the end, his form decreased. Again, same question. We would choose Tomáš now. And we would choose Shimon. Yeah, so right now you would choose Tomáš. And if you didn't know this, you would not make the right decision, and this is what we provide.
Okay, so now let's speak about
Next session.
Now let's speak about business side of our solution. So our solution is designed to meet the needs of several customer segments. Firstly, Czech Basketball Federation, then professional and amateur coaches, and then basketball clubs and teams. So, okay, next. Then we have how our solution fits into the workflow of sport teams. It starts with the training session, then before match analysis, final game plan, and live during match analysis and after match analysis. You can go to the next. Our solution offers significant benefits to sport teams and organizations. It improves individual player performance by identifying strengths and weaknesses, also enabling coaches to create unique targeted training programs. Also, it optimizes team strategy by analyzing past performance and trends and leading to better preparation and more effective game plans. Additionally, our solution supports youth teams and also increase competitiveness on an international level. Let's discuss our revenue streams. Through selling licenses we generate revenue streams through selling licenses, through subscription across access to our platform, and reach our customer through direct personal consultations and meetings, also websites and social media. We use cost effectiveness, cloud infrastructure with Azure services, and also we use these partnerships will also enable us to expand our solution to other sports. You can go next. So, in conclusion, our analytical solution is designed to enhance the operation of sports, teams, and organizations. And we believe that our product offers significant value on the Czech market and can bring tangible benefits to sport organizations. So, thank you for your time, and I look forward to discuss about our solution.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I love the fourth player there and really love the graphics. But what is like the technical solution? What did you really do? Because you don't have any meanings of that.
So firstly, we need to do the centralized database for the federation because they didn't have any of it before. So that was our first goal. We needed to make the data streams into it. So that's the technical part, and for the users, we created dashboards in which they could analyze whatever they needed.
And what was really the technology you used?
We used Microsoft Azure for the database and the data streams, and Power BI for the visualizations.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, maybe I missed it. And what was the source of the data?
It's the federation itself and their server, and also International Federation of Basketball, where they get data, for example, for the national team.
And why specifically basketball?
I play basketball, and I had connection to the federation, so yeah, that's the reason.
And we all love sports, like all three.
And potentially, if you were to think about scaling this up to other sports, would it be possible?
Yeah, of course. I think football maybe is ready for this solution, and of course other sports.
We will just need the data sources and
Thank you for the presentation. In the beginning, you mentioned that sports getting more and more sophisticated. You have data available, you have sensors, you have AI. That's something that you stressed in the beginning. Is there any potential for using AI or machine learning in your project? And did you give it a try?
Not yet, because we need historic data for it, because right now we don't really have historic data, and because they didn't have any centralized data warehouse or something, it firstly needed to be this implemented, but we can see in the future, for example, make some models in which they can predict, for example, how the players will work or when they need to be substituted. So in this area.
So I think now we are at the stage 1 of our solution, and maybe we are prepared to integrate AI in the future.
Mm-hmm. And one more question regarding your analysis and visualizations. The example that you showed was just about individual players. Did you also take into account some synergies between the players, or is it something that doesn't play a role in basketball?
Yeah, we thought about it, and you can do multiple analysis on, for example, the best players to be on the court together. For example, you got good shooters, then you got good, I don't know, strong players, and through our analysis, you can make the best possible lineup on the court.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
There was a point about cost structure. Would you mind just commenting very shortly about what is it made of?
So the main problem or the main costs are firstly the Azure, Microsoft Azure, but we also have to pay for the license from the international server, and this is the main cost, because the license is not, I would say, cheap for them, but yeah, that's the main cost for them.
And I think it will be some additional costs, like for software development and also maintenance for our solution.
And that was calculated together with the...
I think, yeah.
I think $1,000 a month. Was that correct?
Yeah, 100.
100?
Yeah.
So all of this was calculated in $100 a month. Azure subscription, the license from the federation, the work, labor, everything else.
Not work, like work is additionally.
Uh-huh.
Because the federation is still under the state, so we made it for them just without any cost of us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you did your dashboards and everything, and what did you really find? What interesting did you, or you can present to your shareholders?
For example, there's like one gap they got in their system, and there is that they don't, the person that is in the game and has to write down the statistics, they are not doing it really right, because they can't trust the data after that. For example, for the shooting part, because they write down positions where they shoot it, but because it's some person doing it, they are lazy, and for example, they are writing down every time the same position and not the actual from the game. So, for example, they could make more pressure on the teams to make this right, so that they can really use the data. That's first example. You got anything?
I think we can improve this, and then these make our solution like better.
And how will you improve this? By the AI or something?
Or? That depends on the federation, how much money they want to spend on it. So the cheap alternative is for them to, for example, pay 2% to do it, so they got more eyes and they can really do it right. But yeah, the best solution would be AI and cameras. But I'm not sure right now that it's cheap enough for them.
Okay, thanks.
So thank you guys. As a sports fan, I'm wishing you best of luck. And now we will take a look at the suspicious banking transactions.
Two to 5% of the global GDP is made by money laundering. And do you have any idea how much euros is that? Any guesses? No? Okay. It is 1.9 trillion euros. That is a lot, right? And what exactly, what does it mean? It doesn't mean that 1.9 trillion euros are being washed in the washing machine every year, but it means that money coming from illegal activities are being legalized in the system. And as you can see, it is a worldwide problem. This is John. John is anti-money laundering expert at ČSOB, and his area of focus is Czech Republic. And John is a real person. And the situation in the Czech Republic is quite serious, which means that John has a lot of work. 100 billion Czech crowns. That's the number of money laundered in the Czech Republic in 2020 and 2021. And from there, the number is only bigger. So, why John and ČSOB care about money laundering? They care because otherwise, anti-money laundering regulator could fine them with 4% of the revenue of the group, which means 25.9 billion Czech crowns in 2023. That's a lot, right?
So you heard about John. You know that he is an AML expert in ČSOB, and what he actually does. So he uses some tools, and he's looking into data. Today he's looking manually in the data under the suspicious behavior, but he has some rules. He has a rule book of rules that the suspicious people can be caught on something. For example, it could be amount of the money you put on your account, or some of them, some of more transaction. And what can he do? He caught them on these thresholds, on these rules. But there are some people that are well skilled, and they are known of these thresholds. So they are a little bit below the threshold, and they aren't caught. So we wanted to do something about these people. So we have some transactional data, we have data about people and their behaviors, the rule book, and we are storing them in CDS, in Teradata, and we try to make a tool in SAS that would help him to look in the data under these thresholds and make the process easier and shorter. And you can see the period of time is 2 to 3 days, only the 2 to 3 days. So here is the actual AML lab that we created. He is consisted of 4 tools that John can use. The first one is alert impact tool. He can look under these thresholds as he would like to, see the number under it. In the second one is pattern detection tool, so he could save time for his job, because this tool is showing him which cases are caught on more rules, on more thresholds, so you don't need to do that, you just need to be catch on one. Another one is All Things Score impact tool. All Things Score is internal risk score that you can be caught on either, and you don't need to be caught on multiple parameters, you just need to be caught on one. So this tool can do that. The last one is Alert Target Analyzer. It shows you how many people under the threshold you want to catch and show you the target.
What are the benefits for John and Czesoba? The first one we already discussed is the reduction of the risk. The second one is very important for John because his workload is reduced by half. Also, right now, John is one of the few people in Czesoba that is really an expert on anti-money laundering. But right now, with this tool, it is much more easier to transfer the know-how to someone who is not as skilled in this area as John. This tool also cut costs by 150 to 200,000 Czech crowns per month and enable to minimize unnecessary transaction with clients, so no one is calling them. And last but not least, it reduced the duration because the original process took 2 to 3 weeks, but right now we reduced it to 2 to 3 days. And this is our anti-money laundering lab team. And now we are happy to answer all of your questions. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. The problem definition, first on the global scale and then going down to the local scale, it was phenomenal description of the actual problem and then connecting it to the stakeholders within the organization as an example. That was a great ramp up, so thank you for that. I'm just curious, as I see it, when you were developing the POC or the product, did you research existing frameworks or tools that might be addressing this problem, or did you jump up directly into developing your own solution?
Yes, we did a kind of a research, but Czesoba, as our client, specifically wanted this kind of tool in SaaS, using these kind of tools that are already used in Czesoba. So we had specify work to do.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Exactly as Dominic said, the problem was very well described, so I appreciate that a lot. My question is, when I see a number, I'm wondering what's behind it. So 200,000 crowns a month, I think, was the cost reduction. So how did you come up with that?
So Czesoba has historical data of how many alerts are generated. And we took this number, and we also took analyst, how much analyst makes, or how much does it cost, and we came up with this number. Also, we were discussing it with the client, and yeah, he approved it.
Thank you for the presentation. A very interesting topic and also something slightly familiar with because it's not just banks topic but also for sports betting companies. I have a question regarding the validation of your results. So as you mentioned in ČSOB, they already have AML experts and so they are able to detect the cases. Did you then validate your results, your findings with their findings, and was there maybe some case that you detected and ČSOB didn't, some additional one?
Yeah, the tool is the tool that can detect things that they couldn't. So yes, we detect more than one case in the scenario, but we detected some mistakes that they have had in their data, so we could do some data quality and data management issue to be solved.
That's great, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I really like how did you use the persona, how it has its own story, etc. So thanks for that. And I really want to ask, like, what data did you use? I mean, what is causing the alarms?
So the alerts are created when we have specific rule with specific parameters, and the alert is created when the actual amount is under the threshold, but it is just slightly bit under the threshold.
So if you, for example, put a lot of money on your account, then it causes the thresholds or the alarms.
Yeah, but that alert is already caught by the rules. So if you are, for example, withdrawing a lot of money from one account, maybe every day, it catch the person itself. However, some people are more skilled, so they are maybe withdrawing just a bit lower amount than the rule can catch.
And you have, the next step is they investigate these people, investigate these cases. It's not like, yeah, you are suspicious, you are the bad guy, you are the illegal one. But the next step of this process is to suspect if they are really doing some illegal stuff or not.
And this textbook of the rules, as you showed at the previous, did you also like create those rules in your Power BIs, or did you let it as it is?
The rules are stated because we even didn't have the time to look at it, or we couldn't because NDAs and stuff. But we can just show what the rules are in the Power BI, not Power BI, in SAS, sorry, in the visualizations. But so you can see which thresholds, which rules you can use or you are using, but you are not making them or creating one. You can add it as the AML expert into that, because we made a flexible tool to insert some of new data sets and make the tool bigger, but we are not creating one in this tool.
However, if John finds many cases that are maybe just a little bit under the threshold of any specific rule, he is changing them.
Okay, thanks.
I just want to reiterate on the type of data, and I'm sorry I might have not been paying attention enough, and that's you were mentioning the withdrawal data. Was there anything else?
Yes, of course. It's not just about withdrawing. It was maybe one parameter in one rule. However, it can also be you are making deposit, you are paying online. It's not just about this one. However, as my colleague said previously, the thing is that we couldn't see all of the rules. So we are not familiar with all of the parameters of the rules. However, John is. And the SAS dashboard also has the rule book in it. So if you want to investigate which parameter in which rule is, you can also find it in the dashboard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Interesting topic, a lot of questions, but we have to move on to another hot topic, and it's discounts. Because from my experience, it could be pretty difficult for the board, sales team, and marketers to find common ground when it comes to discounts. So the next presentation will be about how the data can make it a bit clearer.
Dear judges, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Team 8, I would like to welcome you all to our presentation. We are honored to present to you our project we did for the company Siemens called Predictive Pricing Framework. 65,000 euros. That's how much Siemens could gain every month for the products they sell. You may ask how. So let me describe the problem Siemens is facing first so you can fully engage with our presentation. The problem Siemens is addressing is very common in many companies, and on one hand we have the people that are responsible for the products. These are called the product managers. They're prioritizing the profit and loss responsibility, meaning they are trying to keep the margins of their products high. And they're also responsible for setting the pricing policy. But on the other side, we have the salespeople. They sell the products and they are motivated by new orders. So they're trying to maximize the quantity of the orders and no matter what discounts and what price they give to the customers. So as you can see, this creates a clear conflict. But our solution helps these two parties to communicate with each other based on real data and also bring transparency to their decisions. It has two parts. First one is a model that, based on real historical transactional data, suggests an optimal discount for each product and each individual customer. This particular helps the sales to propose optimal discount for their customers. But the second part is the report. It acts like an overview for the sales and also for the product managers, where they can see the quantity of the products sold, the customers, and also the optimal discount. It also acts as a revenue assurance, so you can see the predicted discount and the actual discount of the products. And let's see how it works in real life.
Yes, in real life, it will work something like this. This is the situation in the company right now. Someone calls the salesman and asks for a specific product. Let's say in this example, it would be a production line for their company. The salesman goes ahead and looks up the price. In the end, he decides on a limit discount he wants to give the company based on his previous experience. Next, let's say that let's say that the production line costs 24,000 and the discount he decided for is 58%. The negotiations continue and both parties agree that they want this discount and the revenue for Siemens is 10,080 euros. With our solution, this would go a little different. Someone calls the salesman again, but this time salesman makes a different step. He inserts the details of the sale into our model and the model gives him a recommended discount. He can disagree with this discount and then he goes to the product manager and together they can look into our report and look at the historic sales to find a common ground with the discount. Of course, let's say that they agree with the model discount. This would make it around 55%, let's say. This would give the revenue at 10,800 euros, which is a profit of 720 euros. We calculated that based with our model, Siemens could make the 65,000 euros each month.
And we prepared a simulation of how the salesman can interact with our model. Here, this is a video, and I don't know if it'll start or not. I hope it will. Oh, great. Here, the salesman is inserting data about the order, where the customer is from, what the customer, who it is, what products do they want to buy, amount of the chosen product, and the name. And our model will then calculate the specific discount for the specific customer and specific product. We can see that here it's 32%, and that's the base price given by our model. Now, let's take a look how the model really works, a bit of technical jargon. We have data input, where it really runs the model and what's needed to maintain it. We inputted data from old orders, some pricing guidelines for each product, and about things about the order, like who is the customer, what region they are from, and specifics about that. That was the input. Then we take a look on what we need to run the model. We need hardware and software. For software, we chose ordering system that's already in Siemens. It will be integrated into it, so that way salesmen don't have to learn nothing new. For hardware, it will run in Siemens Cloud. That way there isn't a new technology added as well. For maintaining the model, we are recommending to retrain it once a year and add the unsuccessful offers. That way, this will produce better model.
And now moving to the second part of our solution, which is report. This report brings transparency and enables data-driven communication among our three main stakeholders. For a product or for a salesman, on only a few clicks, they could access the whole client's history and also the history of discounts that they were given. For the product manager, they would find there a whole overview of their products and the margins that the products are winning. For them, we have prepared a special drill-down function to really look into each individual sale. And they can see the sale, the discount that was given by a salesman, and if they don't like what they see, they can approach the salesman directly and start communicating with them about what can be done differently next time. For managers, this should be an overview of the sales. So, thank you for your time, and now we are happy to hear your questions and start discussion.
Hello, everyone. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the presentation. In the beginning, you presented the problem, or maybe not as much of a problem as of an opportunity. Did this definition come to you as a part of the proposal directly from the Siemens company, or is this something that you proactively came up by yourself?
Yeah. Great. Yeah, this was the definition that came from the Siemens. Yeah.
And to reiterate on the definition, was it we want to get more out of the particular sales and we don't want the salespeople to be doing custom discounts? Was that the definition?
Yeah, I don't want to say anything wrong, but yeah, it was part of the problem. The problem was also the discounts that were given and also a little bit of the conflict, but also, yeah, profit is always good, so that was also part of it.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, very nice presentation, and I like the actionability that it can be used right away. I have a question regarding the model. So you mentioned in the maintenance part, which is quite important, that you would recommend retraining just once a year. How did you come up to that frequency? And also, how do you actually monitor that the model is still performing well or could be potentially deteriorating?
Okay. The retraining part, we know that Siemens has big orders and the customers aren't coming back as often because they are selling assembly lines or big products like that. That way there isn't a big turnover. Not turnover.
The way we were thinking about it is that the industry is not as dynamic as like FMCG, so the customers are going to come back and they're more likely the same customers. So we were thinking that if it's not that dynamic, we don't need to retrain it as often, but we can also retrain it based on Siemens's needs, so it can be retrained more often if someone would want to.
Yeah, also the outside factors like inflation, for example, the model would need to be retrained for that and stuff like that, yeah.
And regarding the monitoring, how would you know if the model stops performing well? It could theoretically happen earlier than that 1 year. How would you recognize it, that there's the need for retraining it now?
Yeah, for example, in the dashboard, you can see that if the sales were performed at a bigger discount than the model recommended, for example, that would be a really big indicator.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to the opportunity definition and challenge it a little bit. So I saw the number, correct me if I was wrong, was it something around $65,000 in terms of a potential opportunity? Now, is that per customer, or is it like the overall opportunity for the whole company? If integrated with this solution, Siemens would make $65,000 every year extra.
Yeah, we calculated it on all the data we were given, so yeah, it's calculated on the whole company.
All right, thank you. So the challenge part comes when you, in my experience, when you implement a new piece of workflow step, especially for the sales team, it will require some form of adaptation and getting used to something new. The number feels very small in terms of motivation, because I would expect that when Siemens would like to catch on to an opportunity to even implement an extra plugin in their CRM system, it would be millions of dollars, possibly even more. So this particular number, did it come from the research of the data itself and of the kind of fragment that you saw that you could be filled with this better solution?
Yeah, it's basically 65,000 a month. We calculated it based on the model performance, so yeah.
How many customers were in the model? Like how many opportunities?
The active customers was around 5,000, I think, yeah.
I would challenge that potential number. That I don't know if that would be strong motive enough to go through the trouble. And there is not a question hidden, it's a comment. But if you can comment, I would appreciate it.
No, the motivation also comes from the unsuccessful orders, which we want to implement also to the model, because right now it was only the successful orders. So the discount were successful after the negotiation, but the motivation comes also with the unsuccessful orders, as we would like to implement it also, so the number that was given by the model would also consider the unsuccessful orders. So it would calibrate a little bit more.
Meaning it would increase the chance of closing the deal.
Yeah.
And that would therefore change the overall number.
Yeah, because the overall number, the 65,000, was only for the successful orders. But if we count into that the unsuccessful orders that can be in the future integrated, then it will be also bigger.
That would be a powerful claim.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. It was really clear and straight to the point. And I would like to ask, did you validate the report on some key stakeholders or someone? And what did they say?
Yeah, we
to that?
consulted the report with the head of data solutions, so it was all clear.
And what is the feedback on that?
We didn't have an actual an overview of the report in the presentation, but we implemented all the graphs and all the KPIs they wanted in. So,
okay, thanks.
Thank you, guys. So, having too much money doesn't sound like a problem, but having too much cash could cause a lot of complication, and that's what the next presentation is about.
So hello everyone, we're Team 6. I'm gonna present you our automated coin supply orchestration tool we built up for one really well-known retail chain store. So the whole goal of the tool we are developing here is to solve one of the trickiest and the oldest issues for such businesses, which is cash management. So basically there will be issues if we have too much cash in each of the store. That will bring us some issue with the risk of theft, some additional inefficiencies, and of course the main issue if we have too little cash, which will bring us to the situation we won't end up never, is lack of change, right? And our solution is basically manages that inefficiencies and creates and predicts cash amount of cash consumption needed for each of the store of the chain, and basically helps them to create the orders and maintain amount of cash needed in each of the store. In terms of the core of our solution, this is the ARIMA data science model, which works perfectly well because it's kind of the best practice in the industry for such time series-based use cases. It basically predicts values based on the historical data, and we use that as our main core in the solution. From the technical perspective, we use historical data which we obtain in form of Excel files, which we get from each of the store. Then we process it, and prepare for the prediction with ARIMA. After the prediction, we calculate cash balance needed for each of the stores and actually come up with a report in form of Excel, which contains amount of each nominal needed for each store, which then will be used in the logistic department, which will actually deliver those nominals. And talking about numbers, we calculated the following additional revenue which will be generated by that project, and about 1 million Czech crowns for the amount which is saved by the tool. Also in terms of time, each day workers have to spend around half an hour and a half for the manual work to actually submit and review all those cash consumption data. And we already use existing pipelines to get the data to integrate this. So maintenance costs for the MVP we just came up with will be 0, but of course some integration still will be needed. And for the next steps, we are already in talks in some kind of MVP rollout for a couple of stores with that well-known retail chain. Of course, we are still working on some monitoring and additional features to that tool, and then if everything goes well, we actually might have a full-scale rollout for that project. So this is the team which was working on that wonderful project, I would ask them to join me on the stage for the questions you might have.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I wasn't quite sure what is the business case in this.
Yeah, sure. About the money. So we appreciate the question because this is something we were calculating with the following approach. Our tool actually saves, on average for each store, about 65,000 Czech crowns. That means that usually in the register there is a certain amount of money which is being reduced by the model because there is we reduce that inefficiency. That amount of money in each of 300 stores then could be put in the bank with 5% interest, which brings us monthly about that 1 million Czech crowns, so about 12 millions of additional interest gained within that saved money.
Yeah, but I know it's a minimal deposit in each cash register by law, I think. Isn't that right?
Minimum, there is yeah, you're right. There is a law which regulates that, but all our, let's say, numbers are in line with that. And we just reduce, let's say, the higher outliers, not the lower end. And also, you're right, there is additional issue with that excessive money in the registers, that there is additional fees which need to be paid for the encashment process, etc. like that. And yeah, so at the moment, this is purely manual process for each of the stores, and this is a big pain which came from the business, and that kind of aims to solve that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for for presenting this really cool idea. I have one question regarding the output. So in most of the projects and also most companies usually are trying to move towards more automated solutions than Excel. Why did you choose Excel as for the output, and were there any other options that you considered?
That was actually a requirement. Yeah, there is, let's say, that will be way more automated than nowadays. We, of course, considered some kind of dashboard type of solution, which will have basically that output in form of, I don't know, some kind of web UI, which will be accessible by the logistic department head. And then it will be generated within the internal systems. But within the company, they use Excel. So the internal tool they use is Excel. That's why we have to use that a little bit more old-fashioned approach, I would say.
Mm-hmm. That's understandable. Thanks.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Are there any competitive solutions on the market already?
Not really, because this is really business-oriented. I know that some Polish retail chain, I think this is same owner as Żabka, they use exactly the same model for their internal solution, and there is basically all of them are internal tools, so there is no market opportunity for someone to bring this.
Yeah. I didn't want to stop you.
That was it. There is just internal tool, and yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. I'd like the slide with the money, the profit part. It kind of did something to me, so it was a good touch. To the competitors, you commented on the direct competition. What about non-direct one?
I was thinking when I was asking, that's why I was a little bit not that strict. I was thinking about some sub-based solutions, which might be known as non-direct competitors, but this is something, and of course, like the main goal, I think, for majority of the retail businesses nowadays, to reduce amount of the cash payment because of that type of issues, encashment, all the risks, etc., like that. So in terms of indirect competition, I would also choose like MasterCard and Visa, because they basically aims to kind of increase the amount of the card transactions, and this is something like we can't really compete with them.
I see. You still are, however, in the money market. Now, going outside of it, for example, logistics market with food, Rohlík comes to mind. They've implemented a solution that helps them calculate the best route for their delivery drivers based on the previous data that they had from the particular customer or the particular region, which helps them to continuously optimize on the estimation of the road and the time given to the particular driver. Yeah. So my mind leads me toward that kind of a non-direct competition, not Rohlík particular, but what system are they using? Are there any other logistic companies that are implementing something of a similar nature?
Yeah, I see that is something which might be used as a, let's say, next step, because nowadays there is an issue in terms of processes within the company, right? Because our aim was to automate the existing process to make it better, but what we're talking about is definitely way more intelligent way nowadays with all AI and stuff. And so nowadays there is like just kind of a manual request from the store, and also there could be a manual check from the logistic department once again to actually deliver those money. And of course, if we do have some kind of more intelligent way of handling the whole process, that would be better. But this is something I think we'll consider as a next step, and probably, yeah.
I see. I don't want to grill you, but I will stay on that. So let's paraphrase and let's take the look away from the competition and focus on tools. Did you do some form of a research in terms of tools and existing products that would be addressing this, regardless of the market, regardless of the vertical?
For the there is, yeah, we did, because there is a bunch of kind of graph-based models which actually kind of calculates the best roads, etc., like that, the most fastest way. But once again, this is kind of aimed towards, let's say, the exact logistic department which we weren't kind of engaged within the project. So that's why we kind of stopped, and we moved towards like that automation of the process itself. So that's just, yeah, that's how it looks.
It's a good answer. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Maybe we have some time to spare.
Any more questions, maybe? Or we can wrap it up here and bring a couple more minutes for others. Yeah? Thank you.
I would like to also have my own cash supply chain. Okay, so knowing your customer is possibly the biggest key to success in the business. And the next presentation will be about how data can help you with that.
Good morning and welcome to our presentation. My name is František, and together with Daniel, we would like to describe our solution called Customer Analytics in Kolonia Press. Kolonia is a printing company based in Kolín, Czech Republic, and they are specializing in printing labels. They are on the market for more than 25 years, and their turnover is more than 500 million Czech crown. But Kolonia has one big problem, and that is that they are losing customers. Every single year, they lose more than 150 customers, which is approximately 10% of their portfolio. But this is only the effect, not the root cause of the problem. The root cause is that their sales department uses reactive instead of proactive sales strategy. But actually, we have a solution for them. Our solution consists of 3 dashboards or reports with focus on different types of topics, such as customer lifetime value, activity of the customer, or the most important detailed and aggregated view on each customer. Our solution is easy to use, so that means that the sales department can easily identify whether the customer is active, inactive, or maybe leaving, when it's the right time to start the retention campaign. We do not rely only on internal data, but we enrich our data sets with the external one via the RESTful API from RS, which is run by Czech government, in order to always have up-to-date information. Moreover, we added value-added tax checker, which means that there will be an alert if the customer of Colonia has some problem with paying the value-added tax. Now, let's have a look on our solution. This is the first dashboard, and as you can see, it's the dashboard with focus on KPIs, so the user can easily identify what is the state of the customer and have some insights into the data. Second one aims for the activity. As you can see, you can easily identify whether the customer is active, inactive, or maybe leaving the company, which is the right time to start the retention campaign, as acquiring a new one can cost more. Over to you, Daniel.
Thank you, František. We believe our solution can change the way Colonia sees their clients. There are 2 main benefits we want to mention. Firstly, we significantly reduce time to insight. It means there's basically no effort needed to get the insight about Colonia's clients. And with the customer analytics, management can now see the number of clients and orders in specific period. Moreover, their sales representatives can now see details of specific client, such as who the client is, when does he typically order, and what is the average amount spent per an order. We also included a metric called customer lifetime value, which is a metric standardly used in e-commerce that shows the most valuable clients in their portfolio. Now I would like to talk about our architecture briefly. The analysis is based on data from the ERP system called Helios, enriched with external data provided by through APIs by the Czech Ministry of Finance. These registers provide standard information about clients, such as the establishment date, as well as the information whether the client pays their value-added tax on time. Today, Colonia can see their clients in a whole new perspective. To illustrate the impact of this solution, board members will discuss the outcome of this project on their next meeting in July. We believe this was a valuable lesson both for Colonia and our team. We have learned and met the challenge of the real business project, that not everything goes as planned, and you always have the other option in your back pocket. Colonia now know the impact of data project, both from technical and business point of view. Yet, the biggest challenge is still to come. We have provided a tool that can change the way Colonia sees their clients. And now it is up to them to leverage this tool to its fullest potential. To get a better insight of what is going on and to transform the business from reactive to proactive one. Thank you for your attention, and we are looking forward to your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I really liked the intro and the description of the problem was very well, so thank you for that. You mentioned at the very end of the presentation that now the board will come together and discuss the outcome of the project. So are they going to discuss the implementation of the tool, or did you also maybe provide some set of recommendations based on what you found in the data?
Yeah, they will discuss the tool itself and also the issues we have faced to adapt to more data projects in order to deal with them in a better way than this project. But we did not prepare any recommendations. We just created a reporting tool that can show them a new perspective that they never had before.
And as part of the reporting tool that you have developed, I saw a lot of, let's say, transparency KPIs, visualizations, etc. But did you also maybe think about implementing some consolidated KPI that is looking at all the different factors and then showing some sort of, let's say, customer health index? So the sales representative is more apt at identifying which customers are going to leave, which ones are, let's say, happy at the moment.
So at this time, we did the testing phase, or we are planning to do the testing phase. But to be more precise, we developed the solution based on the requirements. And after we do testing and deploying this solution into the production, then maybe the company will have to or will want to add some more KPIs, and we can develop it.
So unfortunately, we didn't do testing since there was a problem with Colonia's tenant, and until now we didn't get Power BI accounts. So when we get these accounts, then we can do testing part. So that's definitely a next step.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, team. Thank you for the presentation. Two questions come to my mind. One, you described the problem, which is the company is losing 150 customers a year, if I remember.
Yes, 150 customers every single year.
Every single year. Now, you made a claim right after that the reason behind that is a non-proactive sales.
Yes.
Now, how did you get to that conclusion?
At this time, what we know from the Colonia is that they don't have analytics tool. So if I give you an example, at this time, their sales team just taking the orders and doing the calculations. But they are not alerted when some customer, like the average spend of the customer, significantly decreased. They don't know about it because they don't have any analytical solution. They only react and not do the proactive sales strategy.
But not because they would be non-proactive people, but because they miss something.
They don't have a solution for that.
I see. So the reason behind, if I understand it right, the reason behind the problem of losing the customer is not having relevant data at the time about the customer.
Yes. The data are available, but they are in the ERP system, and it will take a lot of time to get the insight from that. Our benefit is that we significantly reduce the time to gain the insight into the data, so they can proactively start using the tool and save the customers before the leaving. Because in printing industry, it usually takes some time, for example, months, when you change one vendor to another, because it's not a commodity.
There is going to be the head of sales sitting at the board meeting in November, or when you said it?
I think it's July 2022.
And that salesperson is going to hear from the tool presentation that his sales team is not proactive. He's not going to be happy about that, but he might connect about the problem definition as what you just described, that there is a missing insight into what's actually happening behind the customer lifecycle.
And that's exactly the point I mentioned at the end of the presentation. Now it's up to them to leverage this tool and to implement it and change the way Colonia works.
I'll stop poking. Thank you. Now the second question. How does it differ from other CRM tools?
Okay, Colonia has option, of course. As I mentioned, they implemented the ERP system in Helios starting this year. But when you compare our solution and the solution of buying a CRM, there are two main problems. First one is the price, because it's very pricey, and the second problem is the time of implementation. The estimation time for the implementation of CRM system is approximately 1 year to 1.5 years, but the solution was developed in approximately 1.5 months, I would say. Yeah, and also the price is, the cost-benefit ratio is for our project much more better, I would say.
And is there a reason to that year estimation? Meaning, if I go and pick Pipedrive or Salesforce, which usually has time to value in about few hours, what is the thing that prevents it on implementing it earlier than 1 year?
I'm not sure if I understand your question right, but your question was why the implementation takes 1.5 years?
Of tools that are traditionally focused on delivering the value in way less than that.
At this time, the company is, as I said, on the market for more than 25 years. And at this time, they have lots of data, and just replacing the ERP system or the core system was, I think, project for more than 1.5 years.
I see. So the ancient architecture of the company is the preventing force.
Yes,
I
you are correct.
add that one big disadvantage to this solution, that there is also risk of vendor lock-in, because it would be a CRM from Helios solution. So.
Thank you.
Thank you for an interesting presentation. I was wondering, CLV has many ways of calculating it. Are you looking just at historic data, or are you predicting it? And same with churn. Is there then some alerting system that the customer is likely to churn? Because sometimes there could be sequence of events which indicates that. So is it something that you took into account, and how did you do it with SQL if you didn't use Python at all?
Okay, so at this time, the dashboards are developed based on the requirements from Colonia. So at this time, we are using the customer lifetime value, and as you said, there are so many ways how to calculate this measure, but we are using the metric calculation what the Colonia provide for us, and this is how it is like at this time, and we are not predicting, but we are only, the calculation is based only on the previous data, but they can easily identify some outliers in terms of behavior, because as I presented, there was a graph of trend, and they can see if the customer has downside trend or upside trend. If the trend is downside, they can easily decide maybe there is some problem with the customer, start the retention campaign, as acquiring a new customer can cost more.
So what you are saying, does it mean that the salesperson has to go customer by customer, look at the dashboard, there is no like alerting system, your customer is about to churn, or your customer usually orders, I don't know, once every quarter, and the expected order is missing? So there's no automated solution like that, it's still half manual, so to say.
I would say that's at this time it's half manual, but as I present in the dashboard, there is also a table when there is written the last day of the order. So they can easily see if the order is, for example, 2 months ago, they can easily decide, or maybe thinking the order should come, and if there is a problem, they can call the customer and ask them if they want to order something. So at this time, it's not automatically, but maybe
so it's not the last version.
It's not the last version,
Okay.
but we will iterate more, maybe in the future.
Thank you.
We have to finish, but last quick question. If the board meets and says, yes, we want to take what you guys are doing, does it actually mean that this is going to go to production?
I would say yes.
Who's going to take care of it?
Our team.
All right, good luck with that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's exciting.
Thank you, guys, and thanks the jury for all the questions. You are doing a great job today. Not only selling printing services, but also selling cars will be easier if you know all the necessary data about your customers, and that's what the next presentation is about.
Hello, I'm Lukáš, and together with my colleagues, we will present you our magnum opus. First of all, let me ask you, what do you think that magnum is? For example, it could be a revolver, or it could be an ice cream. Well, in our case, it's something else. Let me introduce you to Mr. Fritz, who is a businessman with passion for cars. One day, he established a company called Magnum CO, and its business revolves around selling cars and also servicing cars of two exclusive brands, Renault and Dacia. The company runs two car saloons located in southwest Slovakia. However, even though that the business runs fairly well, Mr. Fritz is still not satisfied. He is aware that the company still faces some problems. And about these problems, Alena will now tell you more.
Thank you, Lukáš, for the introduction. Currently, most of the problems that Mr. Fritz is dealing with are kind of all connected to quotas. And why is that? The reason is that quotas are an important financial part for such a business. So, what areas can influence whether a quota is fulfilled or not? One of them is stock records of new cars. When a new car arrives at the company, it's obviously considered a new car. It should be sold to a customer as soon as possible. But if it isn't, and reaches 6 months of its age, the car is no longer considered a new car, and the company just lost a bonus for it. Currently, roughly 10% of these cars aren't sold in time, and this, on average, leads to a loss of 100,000 euros per year. Another area that influences whether a quota is fulfilled or not is sales or marketing. These activities are kind of generic, however, and they don't focus or target a specific customer. Let's imagine a customer walking into a car service. He has had his car for quite a while now, so he might be willing to buy a new one. And this would be the perfect opportunity for an employee to give him an offer. But for him to do that, he would need to go through many systems to gather the relevant information for it. And this brings me to another point. There are many time-consuming and manual activities, not only this one, but also for planning or stock records, where, for example, Mr. Fritz has to manually check the date of arrival of the cars in the record. And lastly, there is no reporting to help them with any of this, just an old information system. So, Josef, what do you have to say about this?
Well, those were the problems, but not anymore, because we came up with a solution. We headed down to Slovakia to meet Mr. Fritz. We presented him our complex reporting system. I gotta tell you, he was very happy to see how data in right, experienced hands can make his life so much easier. Let's have a closer look on 3 solutions to 3 problems in one report. Firstly, we can see all stock records in one place with clear view and that can be filtered and ordered by the user. But the focus is given to cars reaching their 6-month period. Not only that Mr. Fritz can see them there, but also he receives an email alert whenever a car reaching their 6-month period. Secondly, user as Mr. Fritz can plan for next quotas based on summarized view for each quota and each car. He can filter by price, date, customer, and see the margin or the count of customers for selected periods. Last but not least, customer preference and prediction of car offers. For every customer, there are a lot of useful information that can be used for effective marketing. You can find anyone who ever made a purchase in car salon or car repair shop and see the summary of his visits and which cars recently in stock suits him the best. My colleague Michal will show you the architecture of our solution.
Okay, thank you. If you look at our architecture, we have our source system SoftUp, where we take all of our data from. It is an information system used by car dealerships of brands Renault and Dacia. Then we use ETL pumps to use relevant data into our data warehouse. Then with SQL scripts, we create analytical tables, which we then use in our data model. And from this, we can create our complex reporting system in Power BI.
To summarize, our project was made for a car dealership company, and we addressed problems such as planning for bonus quotas, monitoring of stock records, and also customer targeting. Our solution that combines sales and service data consists of visuals for planning, car predictions, and also customer and stock overviews. When we take a look at the state of our project, right now we have approved and tested prototype that's ready to be deployed into production. We will work on the deployment during this summer. In autumn, we will see the first benefits and results of its use. And if everything goes well, we would like to work on further improving our solution and also to make it available to other clients, because technically it can be used also by any other car dealership that uses SoftUp. And thank you, that's all from us. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, now it's your time to ask.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. It was really good and really straight to point. I wanted to ask if you are using only data from the authorized services or from something else?
We are using data from ERP system, which the car dealership uses, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. And is it one company of the car dealership, or is it like something wider?
It's just one company.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So one of the problems that you have defined was customer targeting. So as a result of your solution, does Mr. Fritz, for example, if a customer walks in and she's a mom and she drives her kids to school every day, etc., does he know what kind of a car should he offer to her based on her customer segment?
If she is an existential customer, then we have many predictions for the type of car, if she wants a same brand, or she wants a personal car. The prediction is based on cars which she uses, and we have an information for that.
Mm-hmm. And did you think about how to do this also for customers that are not existing customers yet?
Well, since we just have data from ERP system, then we can't really make use of data we do not have.
But based on the existing customer profiles, you could potentially make some predictions for the new customers.
Well, yeah, but we didn't really think about that for this solution.
Okay, phase 2 then.
Thank you for a very nice dashboard that you showed. I really like the design. I think it was matching with the brand. You mentioned that originally there was like no reporting whatsoever, it looked like. So it's usually a big bang when you introduce something like that, because compared to nothing, it's Ferrari already, or magnum opus as you called it. I was wondering if there will be any rollout so that the users will get used to using it, because sometimes you can actually encounter resistance from people. Or is it just Mr. Fritz that will be using it?
Well, the management of the company will use it, but mostly Mr. Fritz, which he asked us for this solution, and we consulted him with it. So probably at first, mostly Mr. Fritz.
So you don't plan on introducing it to the management? It will be up to him?
Yeah, well, we plan for that. We plan for that.
And how do you plan to do that? Like, how will it look like, this implementation?
Well, when we were first there, we had a consultation with almost everyone at the firm. We meet everyone. And we plan to come back and make that happen.
Yeah, I think also Mr. Fritz is kind of going to help us if he really likes that, which he looks like he liked it. He might help us with the introduction to other employees.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
When you were showing the architecture diagram, there was the part, the ATL part. Did you face, and I assume it's fairly small company, but did you face any data quality related issues that you had to fix before you actually moved on?
Yeah, there were a lot of empty tables. There were like 1,200 tables, and half of them were empty, and there were a lot of null values, so we had to account for that.
Well, to the null values, the values didn't look like there were nulls, but was nothing inside it. So well, for me, I couldn't really work with it as a null value, but a value that has more than 0 letters in it. So that was one of the problems.
But you caught it, right? Because one would assume that in a company like that, you may not face a data quality issue, right? There might be something that could be resolved manually, hopefully, but I would still assume that if they are market for 10, 15 years and now you are working with data of, I don't know, tens of thousands of sold cars, hundreds of thousands of customers, you would be facing data quality issues. Did you do it manually? Did you resolve it in some automated fashion? Is there no process of how to prevent that in the future?
Well, when I was facing some problems, not with the nulls, but there were some duplicates for material specific, and I needed to be just one material. I was going through the through the table and figuring out why why the material was recorded many times, and I figured out that maybe it was a mistake, so it was written and then unwritten again, or maybe what was the other one? I'm lost now, sorry. But yeah, I had to go through the data and figure out the patterns, and then through the patterns I kind of removed the ones that, well, the total value or total count of the material was at least 1, not 0.
And we also consulted with guys from SoftUp a lot.
Yeah, and we also had to aggregate the names of the models of the cars, because one car, it was available in probably 6 or 7 models with adjective new or 3rd generation, 4th generation, stuff like that. And for the reporting, Mr. Fritz wanted to have it in one name, for example, Clio. He wanted to have all cars as Clio, not as new Clio, 3rd generation Clio, and etc.
I see. So not only data quality related problem, but you also had to work with the data simply to fulfill the needs of the business manager.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you.
I am appreciating the timeline, and are you planning to work and continue on working on that? And did you agree with Mr. Fritz about these next steps?
Well, the discussions are still taking place, but we would like to work on it also in the future. So we still have to get some agreement upon that.
Will you get paid on that?
Well, I think it would be good to get something out of it. So.
Okay.
When going over the data, do you have some takeaways or some insights that you found regarding why are some cars not sold before the 6-month period? What plays a bigger role? What influences it? Did you make some recommendations based on that to
I
Mr.
didn't
Fritz?
really have the information for it, just the information about whether it was sold or not, I think.
So there wasn't any deep analysis. The outcome is basically reporting.
No, I would have to consult it with Mr. Fritz if he knows other like data or sources that could help me with that.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for the presentation. Someone smart said that you can't improve what you don't measure. I'm not quite sure that's always the case, but in this case, it will be important for everyone in this room because we are talking about measuring teachers' performance.
Hi. I would like to start today by asking a simple question. I would like you all to think about what you would do if you had 1 billion Czech crowns right now. Maybe you would buy a private jet. Or maybe you would buy 50,000 new iPhones, take the boxes, and build a tower that would basically reach the outer space. Or you could use it to run an entire university like VŠE. So this is how it works. Every year, the VŠE University management faces a difficult challenge of deciding how to allocate a substantial budget of around 1 billion Czech crowns between the faculties. That is obviously a lot of money, and there is a lot of complex calculations behind this decision. The most important factor is how many educational performance points each faculty gets. They can earn these points by, well, simply teaching. Simply said, the more students attend the faculty's courses, the more points they will get, the more money they are likely to get from the budget. Now, understanding how this educational performance points were gained and how actually they contributed to the budget allocation is where the real challenge is. That is exactly where we step in. We are here trying to provide a reliable solution that will help the university management or the leaders of the faculties analyze their educational performance in the past, recognize emerging trends in the future, and also make strategic decisions upon this analysis. With that, I will now hand over to Teres, who will tell you more about the current solution.
The current solution to the problem of educational performance points at the Prague University of Economics and Business looks something like this. It's a set of reports that give a basic overview of how the points are distributed across the faculties. However, after we took these reports and did our own research, talking to different users across all of the faculties, we found out that there are 3 key areas when their user needs are just not met. First, the users have expressed a desire for more granular data. Specifically, they would appreciate the ability to drill down the timeline to the level of individual courses so they could compare their performance year over year. Second, there's an agreement that the current reports are not exactly user-friendly, which makes it really difficult for the users to find what they're looking for. Lastly, but maybe most importantly, we found out that there's a lot of tedious work connected to these reports. Every year, the users take their reports and they copy and paste the key metrics into a Word document, while also trying to think of the words and sentences to sum up the important insights. Then they send this document to their superior as an annual report. This process is not only time-consuming, but also prone to error, which makes it not very fun for all involved. And that is why we came and provided our own upgraded solution.
So, what do we do about it?
We focused on 3 main points, which is we wanted to provide the users with extending the timeline analysis, enhancing the user experience of the already existing reports, and the report automation. These 3 main things is how we want to improve planning and resource allocation. So we provided users with new dashboards and reports. For example, this one showcases the individual courses that are taught at our university, so the users can easily see how the courses are doing, and they can see the educational performance points for each course. And they can see the difference of the values now compared to the previous semesters, so they can see which courses are more profitable and which are not providing maybe more added value anymore. Another report we provided is an ad hoc analysis based on public data by University of Education of Czech Republic, combined with internal data provided by our university regarding entrance exams. This report is focused on explaining the numbers of students at our university, because as we explained earlier, the more students, the more money, right? So this is why we wanted to provide additional insights about the number of students, the number of applicants, and about the current programs and numbers of students studying those programs at our university. Secondly, we focused on enhancing the user experience of the already existing reports, because we wanted to make them easier to use and to provide even more information. We added several new features based on the feedback sessions we had. And for example, we added this one, which is called a decomposition tree, which makes it very easy for the members of faculties and departments to see individual courses and directly see how many points each course is getting, which is a feature they have reported to be lacking in the previous solution. Lastly, we added report automation. Basically, a robot is now able to gain the summaries from Power BI reports that we created, and the summaries are generated by the Power BI itself. It extracts those summaries and it transforms it into a Word document, which can then be easily distributed directly into the stakeholders' mailbox to provide additional insights about how the school is doing without the need to write it manually. Let's look at how the technical background of our project works. So in the beginning, we have the source files, which are directly exported from our school's source system. These data are then stored on the Microsoft Azure platform. They are transformed using ETL processes, and then they are stored on the data warehouse on Microsoft SQL Server. Data for ad hoc analysis are stored separately in an Excel file, and these data, combined with the data from data warehouse, are imported into the Power BI, where we created our dashboards. This data is then related to the UiPath, which is an RPI platform that is able to extract the summaries and transform it into the Word document, which is then easily distributed to our key stakeholders. So we hope that by now you have an idea what will you do with 1 billion crowns, because we sure do. So if you have any questions, now is the time for them. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I really like your approach to the problem, that you actually took the time to talk to the people and found out what the problems were, and it seems like you have prioritized them in some sort of way as well, so that's really nice. My question goes to the architecture. How much of the architecture was already established? How big of a part of the solution was already there, and what is your contribution exactly?
So we worked with the already existing solution and the Azure platform, because the scope of the project was changing constantly during our problem solution, basically. So we had to work with what we had. As we are mainly interacting with the production layer on the Azure platform, working with the views, and we were mostly focusing on the RPA solution and also developing the dashboards.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation, really nice one, and I really like the topic of UX. So my question will point to that. You said that it's something that the users were calling for, that it needs an improvement. There are different kinds of different methods how to gather the opinions of the users. Which did you pick?
Well, we basically made interviews with the users, where we asked how they use the dashboards, how would they improve it themselves. And we also did a revision of the reports, and we suggested some improvements ourselves, and we demonstrated them to the users and asked them basically if they would like any of these improvements.
How many users did you interview?
It was 4 in total from each faculty. Yeah.
Do you, if you had more time or resources, what would be the optimal number of people to interview?
Well, actually, there's not many users of these reports.
Okay.
So, because it is like a very strategic thing that not many users have to go through these dashboards. So one from each faculty was, I think, enough, because there's not really more users to this dashboard.
Thank you.
Did you maybe also calculate what is the time saving on this solution now with the automation included?
Well, we did not specifically calculate the impact, but as Tara said, it is something that the user has to go through like once a year. So the time saving part is not really that big of a deal. I mean, it's not a large number. It saves a lot of stress, I would say. And yeah.
I'm still stuck on the problem definition, but not because of how it was defined, but because I just don't live in that market of running a school. You made a very important kind of foundational assumption that it all revolves around the performance, education performance points. And it leads me, I'll get to the question, it leads me to the big problem that I understand that you are solving, but I would like to be corrected. And that's a problem of, let's say, an ultimate transparency, meaning me as the dean of the school, which I assume is the person kind of responsible for allocating the money well and getting fired or not getting fired, of how I'm going to do that. I want to really see if all the running faculties, if all of the, let's say, education subjects are the right ones that bring the value back. And now the question is, what it is really that you use for the calculation of this particular subject is valuable? Like, how does the equation work? Number of classmates, number of, Yeah,
so, well, basically, the more students attend the course, the more points, which are directly translated into money, basically.
It's as simple as that. So the number of attendance.
Yes.
It's number of attendance and also the number of classes weekly, for example, or the length of the lecture, or maybe the qualification of the lecturer. It has many factors, but it's not exactly up to us to calculate the performance points, because we are handed over the Excel files where the points are already calculated, but from what we were explained, it works like that. So
I see. Yeah. I would assume that the dean doesn't have much power over deciding if he can just cut something off. There is, like, I don't know, economy subject that's ultra boring, nobody goes there, nobody signs up for it, but it's a government dictated thing. So what if the result of the whole trial is, well, we don't have the ultimate performance, but if we would want to change it and, for example, transform the entire college into informatics school, we cannot, because we are fundamentally bound by different principles.
Yeah, I think the most important thing they can use it like is they can catch the outliers. For example, if previous semester a course was doing well and suddenly it falls and the educational points are potentially low, they can make changes according to that. Maybe they can find out some reason why the students lost interest maybe, and estimate further what to do about it.
Meaning there is still an opportunity in the outlier section, not necessarily in the fundamental ones, even though people don't necessarily go there as often. Okay?
Okay, I have 2 small questions. What are your customers? What are the customers for this dashboard?
Well, the leaders of the faculties, so deans of the faculties.
Only the deans?
Well,
deans and also administrative workers, for example, and maybe some other members of the faculties, which can be maybe some administrative workers mostly.
Okay. And my second one is, who is consuming the words? I mean, the Word documents.
Well, who consumes them?
Yeah, because you said that it's mailed by, the Word documents are filled with your solution and then mailed to anybody. I'm just asking who in these days is reading the Word document.
Well, I don't think it's much about the reading part. I think it's more about the writing part, because they have to release these annual reports every year. And I'm not exactly sure who sorry?
To whom do they release it to?
I'm not specifically sure.
To the dean, the government?
To the dean mostly. The administrative workers are those people who actually have to gain the insights from the reports, manually write it, and write some final, paper on how the school is doing, and then they deliver it to the dean, who doesn't have much time to go over the dashboard maybe by himself, so he can read those key numbers and save time.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so last but not least, we will get back to the cars, to the sales, and we will hear about how AI can improve the sales performance.
Boom, boom. Hello, my name is Veronica, and together with my colleagues, we would like to introduce you Lead to Car Next Gen. Let me open up with a question. How much time do you think did you spend searching for information every day at work? Let's say 1.5 hours. Could you please raise your hand if you think that you spent more than that? Okay, quite a lot of us. Well, on the average, an employee spends about 1.6 hours each Monday. If we sum it all up, it makes out of your 5 days at work that you work only 4 of those days. And what if I tell you that according to a new study by Bain, up to 41% of hours that you are working could be automated by AI? That would give you extra 3 hours every day. Wait, what? Okay. And now, let me show you how it really works. Meet Jakub. He is the CEO of a car dealership and also an active user of Lead to Car. Jakub's company uses Lead to Car as a CRM solution. So for you to imagine, for example, when Jakub meets a new potential client, he can log him as a new lead into the application. And afterwards, when marketing wants to contact him, they already see all of the communication that was previously being held with the customer directly in the app. And on top of that, Jakub's company also uses Lead to Car as a storage for all of his documents and reports. Phew, that's quite a lot of things. So you can only imagine how long it must take for Jakub to find, for example, his top 3 salesmen of last quarter. It could take him up to multiple hours.
And so we came up with 2 solutions. First one saves Jakub many hours he previously spent searching for information in different dashboards or documents. Now he can simply ask our chatbot. The chatbot will give him answer in just a few seconds. Plus, he will point him to a specific report or document that the information is stored in. Our chatbot can access database, all the textual documents, and reports accessible in current Lead to Car. Besides Jakub, Lidka also works at car dealership. Lidka is marketing manager, and she, same as Jakub, uses Lead to Car for different daily tasks. However, there is still one task she needs to do by herself: personalized emails. At this moment, Litka can choose one of two options. Either she saves time and uses uniform email templating, or she writes the email herself. Because Litka is very experienced in marketing, she knows how important personalized emails are for the business. Studies show that companies which use email personalization can generate up to 40% more revenue than those who don't. Sadly, most of Litka's emails end up being not very personal because she simply doesn't have enough time to do so. And here comes our second solution. With Lead to Car Next Gen, she doesn't need to worry about that anymore. Besides chatbot, we also created a component for automatic drafting of personalized emails. So let me sum it all up. Now, Litka, instead of spending 15 minutes writing personalized email, she can just generate it in 2 seconds. And Jakub doesn't need to spend hours searching for the information through different reports and dashboards. He can simply ask our chatbot, and he will have the answer in just about 10 seconds.
Now, let's talk business and its scalability potential. Our primary target group for the next generation components that we developed includes more than 250 car dealerships who are already using the current version of Lead to Car. And moreover, this July, Lead to Car is rolling out to another 14 countries all across Europe. So that opens up a whole new realm of scalability options for the future. Now, Litka and Jakub might ask themselves what they are getting in the Lead to Car Next Gen, and the answer is quite simple. All of this, and I will be more than happy to discuss the technological stack with you during the Q&A session in more detail. But now, let me emphasize this. It's not just about the data project challenge. It's much bigger than that, actually. And that's why I would like to officially announce the private preview of the Lead to Car Next Gen, which is already in the hands of first real users. And so now Litka and Jakub will get their free subscription for the first 3 months, getting to know the product, becoming reliant on using it, and not wanting to give it up. And after that, they can decide to continue using it either with the standard subscription for 20 euros per month per one user, or with the premium subscription for 40 euros per month per user with upgraded sets of features and, of course, higher question limits. And the upgraded sets of features will also include a wider range of source data that the chatbot has access to. And that basically wraps it up. So thank you for your attention, and given the fact that it's the lunchtime, bon appetit.
Really cool idea to use generative AI for your project. I'm a big fan of that technology. However, sometimes there are some little caveats, like for example that even under in the application for ChatGPT in the front end, they have this tiny little text that sometimes ChatGPT might not give you a correct answer. Since you are using Azure OpenAI, that means you are using the same model probably. Therefore, I would like to know, how do you maintain control over the answers? How do you check that it's giving consistently correct answers?
Well, first of all, we are not using OpenAI models. We are using Mistral Large. Okay. That's the first thing. And the second thing, each and every answer of the chatbot is referenced and is providing a link to the source data that the answer was generated based on.
That sounds like a good solution. Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. It's quite interesting. I will go back to the pricing model because I really like the different tiers that you have presented there. However, 20 euros per user per month, am I correct? In the, let's say, lower tier? Yeah. That's quite pricey considering that there are, I think, solutions on the market when it comes to CRM which already have, let's say, chatbot integrated and the other functionalities that you have presented as well. So how do you guarantee that price?
Well, two things. Maybe in the meantime, can we go back to our presentation, to the appendix? Or let's start here. First of all, the alternative for our solution actually does not exist because Lead to Car, the current version, is a CRM that is specifically tailored for car dealerships, and it contains many things that standard CRMs like Salesforce or something similar does not contain because they are general. They are not adjusted for the car dealerships. So the car dealerships cannot just switch from Lead to Car to Salesforce and use Salesforce's chatbots. So it's kind of a vendor lock, I would say. And so that's why we are quite confident with these prices. And another thing in the appendix regarding the specific detail of the pricing, you can ignore the design, it's just appendix. And basically, this is just a brief summary of a relatively long analysis that we did for these purposes, and the most important part of it is the bold text, where customer in some example scenario with 25 employees in that car dealership with 5 users with standard subscription, the customer is paying 100 euros, but he is getting 1600 euros value delivered from the next generation components that we are providing because it saves that much time represented in a monetary value.
Perfect, thank you.
Would you mind summarizing again the features? And I'm asking because I'm now on my mind stuck on the email writing process. Can you just give me top 3 main features of the product?
Overall or just the email?
Overall.
Okay, overall. So basically we presented the chatbot and the email personalization component, but in fact there are 3 methodologically separate components. The first one is the chatbot that is able to work with the unstructured data, so text, PDFs, documents, etc. Then there's another chatbot that is capable of searching the information in the database, so writing SQL queries, validating them, getting the results back, reading them, and generating the final answer. So that's the second chatbot, but we presented it as one with access to both 2 different types of knowledge bases, structured data and unstructured data. And then the third component, which is the marketing personalization, that is basically if you are going to write some email to some customer or some potential customer, you know his or her name. And this component fetches the data from the database about the user and fetches like gender, age group, the distance from the nearest car dealership, and 3 or 4 more personal attributes about that person. And then the component looks at the base template that is provided by the human operator, and then personalize this template according to the personal attributes that were retrieved from the database about the user.
I will try to summarize it if I get it. Is it a chatbot on top of an existing CRM solution that the car dealership is using?
Yes.
Meaning it can access pretty much anything the normal user could access via UI of the CRM solution. So if I would ask a question, how does it differ? Then this wouldn't be integrated directly to the CRM, but the user is looking at the price and he's like, I pay for ChatGPT $20 a month. That's the commercial price. Why wouldn't I use that instead of having this integrated on top of my CRM?
Oh, because the chatbot doesn't have access to any of your data.
Meaning only the email marketing campaigns, that might be the only thing that I might be able to write.
But you have to, again, all those personal attributes copy-paste it into the chatbot. Now there's just one button that does all of it.
Is there a simple explanation to the choice of the generation provider that you chose, the language generation model?
Sure. We wanted to use, well, first of all, of course, we wanted to make it economically viable. And of course, OpenAI models are not the best choice for these purposes. So that's why we chose the open source, one of the best open source models currently, which is Mistral.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. That's it for the morning block. Congratulations to all of you. It was a wonderful presentation. You made it on time. Thanks to the jury. Please stay a bit more, and I believe that right now we can turn off the streaming for a bit of time.
Okay, well.
Well, I think it's time to start the second part of the day. So, well, I will switch our speaker. I will substitute him because Jakub needs to leave this afternoon. My name is Petr. I'm one of the mentors. And I think it's time to start the second part of the program. We will start, because we are here full room of data analysts, I think that we will start with the data governance tool, and we will look how the company that work with the data governance on data governance field is working. So I think that we should invite first team. This is the Daviso team.
Okay, so welcome everyone. First of all, I would like to invite you to our presentation where we will tell you how we, few students from VŠE, managed to help Daviso, which is a successful data management company, with its data. I will begin with an old saying that the shoemaker's children walk barefoot. This saying is meant to highlight the irony that experts don't necessarily apply their knowledge in their own lives. This saying is also partly true with Daviso, because Daviso is a company that's trying to help its customers to manage and to govern their data. But at the same time, when we look inwards, we see that each of their customers' data is stored on a separate instance in a separate database. And Daviso currently, if they want to look at the data, so imagine you are someone from Daviso and you want to know how the customer uses your application. They need to query the separate instance. They send the query into the database, they need to know what they want to know, and they get back the results, which is pretty easy, right? But what happens if you don't have just one, but multiple, actually a few dozens of customers? The whole process gets really complicated, because you need to query each of the databases separately, and you need to glue back the results manually, which is not the best practice. To sum up the issue, the main problem is that we are just getting a limited insight into the user behavior, because we are calculating the KPIs just per instance and not per all of your customers. And therefore, you don't really know how all of your customers use your product. Then the whole process and the whole task of this analysis is also very time-consuming. It's very prone to human error, because we are gluing the results together in Excel or in your mind. And the next problem is that you need to be technically skilled to perform this analysis. You need to know how to write the queries, and you need to know how to execute them properly to get the results and the insight you need. So what have we done about it?
So to alleviate the Daviso customer success team from performing repetitive and unsustainable tasks, we came up with our solution. We have created a data warehouse where all the data from all Daviso application instances are consolidated in one place, as you can see here in the middle of the diagram. This centralized data repository streamlines data management, ensuring that all relevant information is easily accessible and consistently maintained. This solution gives Daviso a holistic view of user behavior statistics. It will also make it possible to monitor some new metrics, such as daily active users or application usage. It gives all the information about Daviso's clients from one place, which will save the Daviso a significant amount of time. Here we are talking about 6.5 man-hours saved, which is almost 93% of the time needed before our implemented solution. And they have now a platform ready for any future and more complex projects. For example, AI and ML projects, which they want to take up in the nearest future, and they need those data to train their AI models. In addition, as you can see on the right side of the diagram, we created an analytical application where target user has a comprehensive overview of key metrics and can still view data even if they are not technically oriented.
All right, so let me briefly summarize our project. We consolidated the fragmented data into one place where a customer success team can access various statistics about their clients and usage of the Daviso platform. We built an analytics application so Daviso team possesses an easily accessible, comprehensive overview of the key metrics, which even if you cannot speak SQL, you can still access the data and monitor valuable insights about application usage and user behavior. So, in addition to pre-existing metrics, we have also introduced new KPIs which were incalculable with the original manual approach. As a proof of concept, our solution brought a significant time reduction for the customer success team, bringing the total time spent on a weekly analysis of user behavior across all instances from 7 hours to just 30 minutes. And that accounts to exactly 92.8% decrease in time spent on these tasks, which can be used for more valuable and insightful activities. Thanks to this platform, Daviso has an environment where they can feel comfortable to think bigger and tackle even more ambitious and complex projects. For example, the AI/ML applications that Daviso aims to develop thanks to our solution. This solution is ready to accommodate Daviso's growth, and we are happy to be part of this change. So, thank you for your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen, and now we would like to invite you to ask any questions if we piqued your interest. Thank you.
Thank you for a very nice presentation for a start of the second block. I completely agree that it's necessary to have the data unified in order to be able to drive some insights from it. And that's something actually you mentioned in your presentation, that you built some analytics application on top of that. Unfortunately, you didn't show what it looked like. So that would be my first question. How does that application look like? And second one is regarding the new valuable KPIs. What are they and how do they drive the value?
Hello, yeah, thank you. So the first question you asked was about the application, and it's sort of a dashboard. It's sort of a glorified dashboard in this case, and we intentionally didn't show it because we didn't want to make an impression that it's the core of our solution, which is not, which is because the core is the platform, and so. We are giving the application as a base for them, and we expect that they would perform some actions and expand this current state of the analytical application. So that is why we only showed that we created it, but we didn't pay a lot of attention to it because it's not the core of the solution. And when it comes to the KPIs.
Yeah, so for the KPIs, if you're asking about the unique KPI that needs the unified data to be calculated, it's, for example, daily used applications, because Daviso is a platform that includes several specific applications that you can use. And if you query each instance separately, even if you use distinct select to query just the specific applications that are used, you don't have any control to know which of the applications were used on which instance. And if you send this query to 5 instances of Daviso, you're basically getting back, you could be getting back different results, but how do you combine them? How do you know which applications were used? You don't. So that's the reason why you need the unified source of data to identify the unique applications in Daviso.
So from what you are saying, the value lies in bringing them descriptive statistics into one place.
Well, we are not really bringing just the descriptive statistics. We are bringing all the application metadata from the specific instance. And the reason, and then we are calculating the statistics, the descriptive statistics on our platform. And the reason why is because we don't want the platform, the unified storage, just to support this one dashboard for this one use case. But we want to enable Daviso to do more with this data, to learn, to teach the AI models to recommend objects to users based on these statistics, etc. So we are bringing them the data like one by one, so they can then extract what value they need themselves for all the future use cases.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just like to say that the initial value that we were supposed to bring comes from the statement that was first on the first slide. But then we sat with the extended team, with the developers, and we asked, okay, this is cool, but who else can benefit from this? And that is where they said, okay, so we would like to take part in some complex projects, but we don't even have the base for it, and that is where we came from.
Thank you. So I understand that the core is actually the unification of the data into one place. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. I wanted to ask, if you are unifying the data from multiple instances, then how did you unify it? Because if you just connect it into one database, or if it was like create separate databases which are looking like the same?
Well, right now they have dozens of instances, and they are databases, in fact, and each of the databases share the same structure, but has, of course, different data. And we have Worker, which is like a service that pulls all the data from different instances and packs them into JSON files and sends them into our into like the first layer of our warehouse, which is the landing zone, where we collect all of this data in different rows, and then we unpack them back to the tabular data once they arrive.
Yeah, and during the unpacking, we also included the information of like where the data came from which instance. So we keep this information in our database.
How many layers your warehouse has?
Well, right now, I think 4. Yeah, we have 4 layers.
Okay.
Okay. Also, thank you for the presentation. I'm still not quite sure what are you selling me. Like, I understand that I need all my metadata in Daviso, and you will also build the data warehouse for me and the reporting on the top of it? Or?
Well, it depends like who you act as, who you are, because we aren't selling anything to the Daviso's customers. We are selling directly to Daviso, and we are telling them we have unified we have unified the metadata from instances, so you can look at it in one place and do whatever you want with it. As a proof of concept, we have created the dashboard for the customer success team, which is why they save 6.5 hours a week. But that's just a proof of concept. The value is in the unification and in the integration of data.
Okay, I think I get it, but how is it different, like, from what Daviso does right now?
Well, Daviso didn't have a structure for this at the moment, so they didn't have any warehouse that they could unify the data in. So that's where we came in and we unified them. So it's like a structure for, the solution that we provide is something that was lacking in the Daviso right now. So it's not about what they are doing right now, but it's about what they didn't have and they needed to move on.
Okay, so it's not just about the metadata, but you will build like the real data warehouse on top
Yeah,
of
we
it.
built
Okay.
we built the data warehouse with 4 layers, and the last layer is a data mart layer that feeds the data into the analytics application where we use Power BI because they are using it right now. So we built the warehouse and we built the analytics solution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you also for the presentation. So basically you build a data warehouse, yeah, that's great. It's a lot of work, yeah, it's on the back end, so we all know it's a lot of work. And the front end for the analytical platform, that's also great. So what kind of, let's say, actions can the customer success team, you said, is the target user for that one? So what kind of actions can they take based on that platform that you have already provided?
Okay, so we provide the data in a daily loads that they receive in the dashboard, which they can monitor, and also they have control over their yeah, so the account managers have control over the clients because right now they don't have a centralized repository where they would see, oh, this client has this many accounts, or you know, and this customer has this amount, and so this is another part of the manual labor that they had to do, where they would manually compare them. So this is another usage that they can gain out of it. And apart from that, it's about the. Yeah,
Okay, this was the last question. I'm sorry for it. I think the discussion was really nice, and I can continue after this block. Okay, well, thank you for your presentation, for performance. Okay, and the next team, they're already here. They will talk about lead management, and I'm really looking forward to it because I'm dealing with lead management every day. So I hope they will bring me some good news. So this is Kebula team, and they will show you how to manage lead management.
Lovely afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Today I'm thrilled to introduce you to an exciting new chapter in Kebula's journey. As some of you already know, Kebula is at the forefront of data integration and analytics. Me and my team, we have been tirelessly trying to tackle one of the biggest Kebula's challenges today, which is handling more leads than they can effectively process. We have developed a cutting-edge solution that integrates with Salesforce and other critical platforms such as Google Analytics. But this isn't just about technology. This is about transforming how we do business. We have estimated that in the next 12 months, this solution will increase our annual revenue by $500,000. But that's not even the real potential. With the planned expense that we have, we are looking at a game-changing $1 to $2 million in annual revenue. Given that in 2023, Kebula's annual revenue was around 8 million, this means a significant leap forward. How did we accomplish all of this? Join us and let's find out. So our solution is designed to achieve these 4 main goals. I have already mentioned the increase in annual revenue and the generic improvement in marketing, but there is more. We are trying to organize lead management and convert potential customers into loyal ones. Adam will now enlighten you on how this works in practice.
Let me introduce you to Pepik. Pepik is an experienced salesman that has been working for Kebula for many years. Currently, Pepik and his team is facing a situation where they have more leads than they are able to process. If you find yourself in a situation like this, you want to prioritize those leads which have higher potential revenue or higher probability of conversion. But how would you prioritize those leads? Probably based on some data, right? However, the current way of processing those leads is based purely on manual processes rather than some data-driven insights. Let me give you an example. Pepik was trying to approach a client, but soon it turned out that this client was a junior data analyst in a small startup that had just registered for Kebula's webinar. But at the same time, there was another client, which was a CDO in a company of 300 people that has been already using Kebula's free version for many months. Unfortunately, this opportunity was lost. It was lost simply because it wasn't prioritized and no one paid attention to it. Dominic, do you have an idea how to help Pepik and his team?
Certainly. I understand the problem and we have just the solution. First of all, it is necessary to clean up the data that they are going to base their decisions upon, and that is where our solution comes in. The application consolidates all of the interactions between the Kebula and potential customers and solidifies it into the lead score. All of the leads are then sorted based on their score, and the consultants are then can be assigned to the leads based on their potential revenue. The score consists of multiple items such as registration to a webinar, or maybe their usage of components that Kebula provides, and their job role as well. So that more senior representatives like Pepik can be assigned to the leads with high potential. But that is not all. The leads with low score are not neglected. Utilizing innovative AI, we have created a tool to generate personalized communications, such as tool that Pepik can use to create emails. They are customizable, as well as the LinkedIn posts with showcasing newest products.
And now let's take a look at our technical solutions. We start on the left side. Here we have integrated several key sources for our sales team. And it's just the beginning. In the future, this setup is ready to be scaled up to incorporate several new sources such as Google Analytics. All this data is securely stored at Kebula storage. Plus, we leverage OpenAI's large language model to analyze Kebula's customer success stories, but more on that later. And the journey doesn't stop there. Once data processed, it's all enriched and flows back into the Salesforce, where it's ready for our team to act on. This end-to-end integration ensures our employees can continue to deliver outstanding service and drive results with unparalleled efficiency. And now a little sneak peek to our Streamlit app. We've developed Streamlit application to manage lead scoring types, which steps into the scoring calculations, ensuring our employees can focus on the most promising opportunities. Now for the magic, how we incorporated OpenAI. First, users choose target industry and communication format. As of now, we support LinkedIn posts and email. Then they can experiment with up to 3 prompts, which are inspired by the customer stories, and it allows them for refining the communication and exploring various new approaches.
We've explored our solution, and now it's time to summarize everything and highlight its key benefits. So if you didn't pay attention, now it's time to focus. We developed a lead scoring solution connected with AI-based tool to generate customized and data-driven communication to the potential clients. This will make sure that none of the potential clients are overlooked. You may find the concept of lead scoring a little bit too straightforward, but this solution brings real value to the table. An estimated increase of $500,000 in annual recurring revenue speaks for itself. This solution really works, and in Kebula, we don't want to gatekeep. That's why this solution will be offered to all of you, Kebula users, as a template you can easily adjust and integrate into your own solution. And last but not least, this solution, with a little bit more development, will be offered
to the market as a standalone product. And all of these plans, innovations, emphasized by planned marketing team and sales department expansion, could lead to a profit up to $2 million next year. Yeah, this number speaks for itself. So remember us when our solution will be integrated into your company as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting, straightforward. You ended with the numbers, so that's going to lead me to the obvious question. You said the numbers speak for themselves, so now you'll have to speak for the numbers. $500,000 and $2 million. Where did that come from?
Yeah, we expected this question.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we are not experts in marketing and sales, so that's why we asked our colleagues and mentors from Kebula to give us some estimations. And after consultation with CMO and a Kebula employee, they've come to these numbers. Yeah, I know these numbers may sound a little bit too ambitious, and unfortunately, I can provide you with data to evidence these numbers, but let's take it like an expert estimation. I hope this is enough for you.
Okay, I guess I'll have to go ask to Kebula about these numbers then. Second question that I have was a little bit more to what you said in the end about providing this solution to the market. So obviously, lead scoring is not a unique topic. There's already competitors definitely out there. Have you explored what's on the market already?
Yeah, it's definitely the module in Salesforce, but this solution is way more expensive than what we offer. So yeah, and also we are doing this solution for Kebula, and Kebula wants people to know that some of solutions which may sound very complicated may be actually easy to implement, and you can do a lot of work by yourself. That's why the template. Yeah, you can just easily use it, adjust it, scale it, and implement into your company, and it's way cheaper than using Salesforce, especially when you already use Kebula in your company.
Okay. And then the third question I have is a little bit different. And so basically, what I really liked about your presentation is that you included then the outcome also again on the right side in Salesforce, which is great. I assume the sales representatives are getting the leads there and everything. So what's going to happen if Pepik, for example, gets upset that he's getting worse leads than Honza?
I think this is up to the communication in the team with the manager, how they are going to manage the leads.
Yeah. And we haven't been enlightened how the dividing the bonuses works, so we don't have answer for this question yet, but it's a very interesting highlight, and they should really consider it in Kebula.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. It was good. I will elaborate a little bit the question about the money. Okay, I will trust the number, but tell me, how will you measure the impact of your solution? Will it be included in the solution?
Yeah, the increase of money is consisted of offering the template for users and offering the app later. Like it should be to market till the end of this year, and but the most part of the money we estimated is taking care of leads that have been overlooked and neglected. So it's something like lost opportunity. So the Kebula will measure the success by like increase of customers. That's the main part of this number. Yeah, but we will see how it goes, because these are just expert estimations, so nobody knows how it will perform in the real world.
Okay, I'm happy now.
Thanks. I really like your presentation. I liked how interactive it was. And I have a couple of questions. For example, who is defining the scores? Like, I know you said there are some examples, but really, who is the business? Is it from business, or is it from you, or how is it calculated?
Yes, it's going to be sales department and marketing department. And after some while, they were going to score the leads or the events. And of course, they're going to adjust on how it works and how it doesn't work.
So this was somebody from Kebula directly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Thanks.
we work with numbers now, but after sales department will be using this solution, and they will maybe see like this score for this specific event is too high, we want to change it, so they will just easily go to the app and change the score for the specific event. So this solution is very scalable and interactive, so they can just change it based on their experience.
Yeah, thanks. And I will dive a little bit to the technical part. Are you using Stream like directly from Snowflake, or is it some part of Kebula?
The Streamlit app is used, it's based on the data apps component, which is in Kebula. So the code is hosted on the GitHub, and you just deploy the app using Kebula's component.
And did you develop the code itself?
Yes.
Okay.
We are using Kebula's library for manipulating with data, which was already public, and the rest was developed by us.
So this is integrated in Kebula?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned OpenAI. What stands behind this in your solution?
It's the connection to the OpenAI API. We used it to analyze customer stories, which are on the Kebula's website. So we scraped them and analyzed those stories, and then it's used in the prompt playground where they can create tailored communication with it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, this was the last question, last answer. I'm afraid that I'm too strict, but it's not me, but it's the time. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your performance. Okay, now we'll move from lead management back to the university, and we'll see how modern technology, digitalization, AI, and so on will help us to study better.
Okay. Digitalization and implementation of artificial intelligence are the keys to success in a world of 21st century. That we all know, and even publishers know that nowadays, because the world is changing and so must they. A couple weeks ago, I spoke to the chief of digitalization at Grada Publishing House, and we discussed the possibilities of how to implement AI at Grada. And I can tell you straight from the beginning, he was very, very skeptical. He believed that AI and chatbots are their biggest competitors, and that it would be too difficult or too expensive to develop their own AI platform. However, and he also believed that for a modern publisher, it's much more profitable just to make people read more books, make people buy more books. However, I explained to him that this, while it may be a threat, it's much more of an opportunity. It's a way for them how to stay ahead at the market, because nowadays the traditional educational ebooks and PDFs fall short in providing the engaging and interactive experience that today's students crave.
And here comes Study Buddy, an AI opportunity for publishers and universities alike. Let me start from beginning. Our university asked us to create a virtual assistant for students that will understand all the documents from WSHE and can chat with students. Yeah, we did that, but we did much more. So let me tell you details about the product StudyBuddy. StudyBuddy can understand any documents in many formats. For example, Microsoft Word, PDFs, or even PowerPoint presentations. After that, our model processes these documents and sends them to the large language model. And with this large language model, the students already can ask their questions, and he will give them answers only from information gained from these documents. Not to mention that StudyBuddy is available on any device. Cheap, fast, and scholarly. These are three words that describes our product the best. First, cheap. Well, it's the cheapest option on the market. If, for example, the OpenAI tokens are more than 10 times, we are more than 10 times cheaper than OpenAI tokens, yes. This model, when 1,000 students ask 100 prompts monthly, costs only $19.5. That's almost ridiculously low, but that's true. That means that school can provide StudyBuddy for free and only pay for the usage. Fast. Well, the speed of StudyBuddy is the same as for other chatbots on the market. The average response time of ChatGPT is 15 to 20 seconds, and so is StudyBuddies if you ask them really hard questions. And last, scholarly. Well, this product is designed to help students with education in their specific field. StudyBuddy is educational, helpful, and polite. Now let's talk about publishers. The potential implementation of book marketplace into StudyBuddy takes this product to another dimension. Why? Because there is a potential revenue. StudyBuddy will not only be self-sustainable, but also be profitable. Students will have an option to buy, or to purchase, or borrow a book in StudyBuddy, just like click, buy, click, upload book, and right after, you will have your book in StudyBuddy, and you can read it, and you can chat with StudyBuddy about it. Thanks to our collaboration with Grada, we know that they want this product, not only just to stay competitive, but also to be ahead of the market, to be the leader with AI. Not to mention, their books will be advertised to more than 10,000 students and even more alumni. That's the definition of a win-win-win situation. Now about business potential. StudyBuddy is the most accessible option for universities to implement AI chatbot. It's great to know that input costs are so low that university can offer StudyBuddy for free to students. But this product will also be available to alumni. Alumni will have access to knowledge they've learned at university, and they can ask any question about it. They would pay a fee, but they would pay a fee, but still less than they would pay to other chatbot if they want to upload these many documents, not to mention that they don't have access to these many documents. And once we introduce the marketplace, the revenue potential will be even higher. Lastly, this whole product can be integrable to other universities, and that's the business, baby.
All right, so let's not just plainly talk about our product, and let's jump deep into our demo. So, as you can see, our user interface is simple, because we like simple. Simple is beautiful. So, in the left part, you can see your filters. As these filters are for your documents that are available in your StudyBuddy. You can filter them by a course name, the name of the document, the date of the publication, and a language. In the left bottom, you can see all your currently available documents. In the middle, there is a chat window, so you can ask StudyBuddy your desired questions. And on the right, you can see a scrollable preview, so that you can always, at any time, verify the source of the answer. And yeah, this has the potential to be the second best product of our university, right after Otanovotny. All right, so what are the next steps on our roadmap? Well, firstly, we would like to accumulate all the VŠE study materials so they all can be available for the students. Secondly, we want to integrate the marketplace so that our revenue potential can be boosted by a mile. And lastly, for StudyBuddy, sky is the limit. So let's reach for the stars, and we can integrate StudyBuddy into other universities and institutions, because our StudyBuddy can help everyone and answer anything. Well, almost anything. All right, and if you're still not convinced, here you can check it out for yourself.
Very nice usage of generative AI. I really like it. I have a couple of questions though. What was really surprising for me was the very low cost. Like, did you account for all costs, and how is it possible that it's so low? What model is it?
It's using a Mixtral model. Firstly we were using OpenAI, but then we did a market research and found the way to optimize the input and output tokens. So we found basically the cheapest solution there is.
Mm-hmm. And did you benchmark the results with other models? Like, was there any difference in quality when using OpenAI and Mistral?
Yes, we were actually experimenting with 4 different models, open source and the private models basically, and we found that the Mixtral model is as cost effective as there can be. Yeah, we found that other models are basically, while maybe more accurate in their responses, but it was not they were basically much more expensive.
One issue which sometimes appears with retrieval of information is when people ask about the niche topics, like something that is mentioned in just 1 or maybe 2 documents. Did you have to deal with something like that while experimenting with your questions that you asked the chatbot?
Yeah, we are using state-of-the-art chunking techniques, so the answers, even niche, is still very accurate. I think it's actually more accurate for the niche topics than, yeah.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I like the idea a lot. What it's not clear to me, do you have to upload all materials by yourself, or is it connected to some online sources?
Yeah, you don't have to upload anything. That's what your university does for you. And all of the materials that it wants to provide you are stored in its own database or whatever storage it chooses. And we can just reach to it and add these documents to a vector database from which the augmented generation occurs.
Okay, thank you. I have to say I really like the idea. I can imagine myself using it a lot. But what surprised me, the calculation of usage. You say that if 1,000 students use it 100 times per month.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, if 1,000 students use our product, our StudyBuddy, and ask 100 prompts, well, then it costs $19.5. That's how we calculate it.
Yeah. It's basically just the sum of... we calculated the average price of a prompt, and then we got to this number, basically. Yeah.
Okay, honestly, it seems to be low to me, because when I'm using it and I'm lost, it's like 100 per minute, I guess, or something like that. And 1,000 students also seems to be low to me. How did you get the number?
Yeah, all right. Basically, we are using Deep Infra API for Mixtral, which is like 65 cents per million tokens. So then we calculated that on average, our model takes 300 tokens, and then we got to then we like timed it by 1,000. So. Yeah.
And did you also ask students if they would pay for the service? Or?
Yes, we created. We created a poll for students to alumni, and yes, it was not really public. It was only for a few students, but everyone says that they would use this product.
Okay, and maybe last question, is your demo really supposed to work, or it was just because it's not working for you?
Yeah, there are like some mobile phones that for some reason cannot access it, so...
We can link you the website.
Yeah, we can link you the website, basically.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thanks, I really like the presentation because it was really good and it was I really like to watch it. And I have a few questions, and I wanted to ask, like, where do you finding these documents to source the chat?
Yeah, these documents are basically provided by the professors at the university if they want to give us their documents, or if they're ordered to by their management, I guess, in the future. But yeah, it's up to them to give us these documents, and then we can provide them to students, because they would probably give them to students anyway. We just make it easier for them to read them.
You think so? Have you talked to any of the teachers who will provide that?
Yeah, basically our demo, at least what we tested it on, are materials that were already available. The website was called MBI Vache. It's from Professor Power, and he provides these documents to students. So other professors could too, I guess, if they want.
And do you have any process of validation of these documents? Or you just... depending on the accuracy of the teacher?
Yeah, just like we believe that its teachers are qualified enough to provide good documents, I guess.
Okay.
So this was the last one. Okay, I think that we have one small hint for other teams. If you mention OTA or other mentors, you will have plus points that are not counted. So, okay, thank you. Well, okay. Well, from university back to the commerce sphere, we have another team that will look, or they will show us how to report in e-commerce.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to welcome you to our team's final presentation for our data project, Reporting for E-commerce. I would like to introduce my fellow members. First, Asel, Hlip, Dilmurad, Sasha, and myself. My name is Andulka. Firstly, I would like to introduce our project owner, Expandis. Expandis is a company which provides marketing consulting to smaller to middle-sized enterprises in e-commerce. In collaboration, our second project owner is company Targeto, which is a software provider of customer data platform for automated mailing campaigns, which this eShop uses. We, as a team, have been hired by them to create a new concept of reporting where we will take customer and view it as an entity. So to provide you a bigger picture, let's imagine you are a small business owner like Daniel in our example. You're trying to sell shoes online and uses both Targeto and Expandis to utilize their services to improve your business. Now, lately, you have noticed that your expenses have been increasing, and to find the core of this issue, you go to Expandis to seek advice. Now, after further evaluation, Expandis finds out that Daniel has been too focused on acquiring new customers and, in result, neglects his most profitable customer base, which are loyal customers. Now, you may be wondering, why are loyal customers so important to the business? For your answers, I will let Asel explain furthermore.
Okay, thank you. So now let's address the profitability problem. Here you will see approximate numbers in Czech crowns from the retail pharmacy industry. The issue is that marketing services from Google, which Daniel typically uses to acquire new customers, are becoming increasingly expensive. In fact, he spends more on acquiring a customer than he earns from the first order. Usually, he doesn't even start making money from the second order. Finally, the third order from the same customers begins to make a profit for Daniel. That's why it's really important to retain loyal customers, because they generate real profit. At this point, you might ask, what is our solution?
And now, as you can guess, we're going to take a look at it. But firstly, let's quickly discuss Daniel's situation. First of all the statistics with useful insights and visualizations, they come from Google Analytics, which with current state of GDPR restrictions and regulations cannot offer Daniel the necessary information he needs. Secondly, Targeter's newsletter campaign analytics can only provide Daniel with general information on clicks and orders. So it also fails to satisfy his need in useful information. That is why we came up with our solution. Right off the bat, our solution can distinguish new and loyal customers in the form of revenue ratios. For instance, how much money has Daniel made back in 2022 from new customers and back in 2023 from loyal customers? Also, it will be capable of displaying useful business metrics from different time perspectives, as well as the ability to compare them to one another. Thirdly, last but not least, Daniel will get in-depth overview of Targeter mailing campaigns in the form of different graphs and ratios. By doing this, Targeter can individually approach Daniel's business and make the most out of their campaigns.
Now that you are already familiar with all the actors of our solution, let's take a look at how does it work exactly. So, Targeter takes data from a customer, for example, ours, Daniel eShop. Then they prepare them and store in their Snowflake. From this point, there is two ways for data to go. First one is already existing one. It is Targeter mailing reporting. So they post the results on their website for each of their customers to see. And next way, second way, is where our solution comes to play. We take data from the Snowflake, and then, using our chosen BI tool, which is Metabase, we create our own reporting, which is then also will be posted on their website, but behind the paywall, because our project is planned as a premium extension to Targeter. Next step, in case eShop have some problems with analyzing those reports, or perhaps need some additional consultation with marketing, they go to the Expandist, and Expandist provides them with those informations.
Thank you. And as an example of our report, we're presenting to you our various graphs from the new and loyal customers dashboard that illustrate different useful metrics such as total revenue or orders and share of revenue of or orders from the new and loyal customers, and compare these metrics by different filters and in different time periods, such as months, quarters, half years, and years. And now let me tell you several words about validation of our project. First thing first, validation is about testing. So Targeter will test our solution on several of their existing customers, including Daniel's eShop. Then second step is implementation of this service as freemium to all their clients to try. And as the result, our solution will bring unique proposition on the market.
You might be wondering, what is the future of our project? There you can see the list of possible improvements that might be already implemented till the end of this year, of course, if the testing of our prototype will be successful. Firstly, we would like to expand our solution with expenses so that we can calculate such important metrics as customer acquisition cost, for example. Then there is clustering analysis so that e-shops can tailor their mailing campaigns specifically to their list of customers. And then last but not least, we have plans for loyalty program evaluation so that e-shops can control the performance of their loyalty programs. That's all from us. Thank you. It's time for your questions.
Okay, thank you. I will start maybe not with a question, but with a challenge. Like, I like the presentation, the form. It really got me in the beginning, but honestly, I was expecting something more. Like, the only thing that you are telling that you want to do a segmentation to new and loyal customers, but it's not the whole point of the business. You need to get a new customers, then make them loyal and keep the loyals. And I need answer for this, honestly, not just to see that I have new and loyal customers.
I thank you for the question. I just want to say that in our case, Expandist clients and Targeto clients, they haven't had any variance whatsoever. So our solution is basically the analytics and reporting. So they can, like, with the help of this solution, they can see their data with the help of dashboards and graphs. Before it, like, it was not possible for them. So from that point of view, I guess it's really useful for them.
I would like also to add that those things that you asked about, they are rather a standard in the reporting to the small businesses, but this view from the loyal and new customers is some sort of innovation from our side, and so we liked to stress this part of our solution in our presentation.
Okay, but still, I will use school definition. Business intelligence are technologies and processes to support management decisions. How is this supposed to support my decision in business? To see how many new and how many loyal customers do I have?
You can use this information to create, for example, as we work with Targeto, specific mailing campaigns to, for example, increase interest of loyal customers that we already have, and rather not to spend so much money on customer acquisition using Google Ads and other ads that you can buy online, so that you just switch the focus from finding new customers to maintain your already existing base of loyal customers.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. My question goes to the costs. So what is it going to potentially, I think he was called John, yeah? The guy that was selling the shoes. So what is it going to cost him to have these additional dashboards to play with?
So we have been, we had some discussions with CEO of Targeto and Expandist, and we decided that initial price would be around 5,000 to 15,000 Czech crowns per customer per month.
But of course, it will be more precise after the testing and finding feedback from those who the solution will be tested on.
Mm-hmm. And what prevents the customer from just, or the client from just doing this analysis on their own? I mean, it's basically, in the end, it's just a dashboard, yeah.
Yes, basically, you're right. But we work with the small and medium businesses that might not already have any reporting. So we provide them as a service, as additional service, because they also use mailing in Targeto. And so that they already send half of their data to the Targeto, and Targeto as well might provide with reporting to the further analysis.
I would like to mention that as because of the fact that we're dealing with small to middle-sized businesses, they don't really have that much money to provide themselves with Power BI or Tableau. So our solution is running on Metabase, which is open source solution. So we cut on cost in that direction.
But Metabase, as an open source solution, needs some professionals to work with it. So Targeto will provide also with these professionals.
Also, thank you for the presentation. When I was looking at the chart which was showing the share of new customers and loyal customers, I was wondering, would you then interpret it as good or bad, or how should your user know if the level of loyal customers is optimal for them?
So we were orienting on the specific threshold of new with loyal customers. It is around 40 to 60. So 40% of loyal customers and 60% of new customers.
But of course, it depends on the industry that this store particular is coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi. I'm more interested in the Snowflake part. Was it you who created it or set it up, or was it already inside of the company?
It is already part of the Targeto, so we just extract data from Targeto, from the Snowflake that Targeto owns and maintains, and we just made some data preparation for BI tool, like creating some new views in this Snowflake that already exists, and then like connected it to our BI tool.
And it wasn't part of this picture of the architecture, but how do you ingest the data into Snowflake?
So all the data from the Snowflake, so all the users, all the clients of Expandist and Targeto, they have their data stored in Snowflake. So I guess they're getting them from their ERP systems. And when we started to work on that solution, we have already had the base of some tables, some information to work. And then just on top of that, we created some views and logic behind to then visualize it in Metabase.
So you created only the views, right?
Basically, yes.
And transformations, yes.
And so what was the hardest transactions or the views you created? The most difficult one?
I would say that the most difficult was creating view about new and loyal customers, because there's a specific logic how we count who is new and who is loyal customer. I would say it was the hardest part.
Okay, thanks.
You actually focused on the... it will be very fast. Okay. So you focused on the dimension loyal versus new. Why did you pick it over the value of the customer, either predicted one or historic one?
It was a requirement from the Expandist that we work on.
Okay, thank you. I told you it was fast.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
I don't think that you can see it back there in the audience, but I have quite intensive eye contact with the jury. They want to discuss a lot. I need to be real strict, but it's a good sign because discussion is really good. Okay, next theme is we'll talk about the reward system optimizer, and we will go from the lead management to e-commerce, and now we have the reward finally.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. We are Team 14, also known as Point Detectives, and today we are excited that we can present to you our data projects named Reward System Optimizer, a web application designed for rewards management. So let's go. Meet Peppa. Peppa is a head of management team. His main goal is to attract more active users for the bank. For that, he plans to launch a reward system within the bank mobile application. But what is a reward system? It's pretty simple. User completes some task. From this task, he collects points, and then he exchanges those points for some interesting rewards. But launching a program like this can bring multiple questions and challenges. For example, what rewards should we choose for each user? Each user is different. Someone maybe prefer cashback. Someone younger maybe prefer tickets for cinema. Or someone wants maybe some merch as branded socks. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry for that. Sorry for that. I don't know how to get back. So, or branded socks. The next important question is when the program will investigate return. It maybe can be 1 month, maybe year, or maybe decade. There are so much other questions, but the main question is how do we manage all this program?
And that's when our solution comes and saves the day. We have developed a reward system optimizer. We have developed a web application which will help Peppa with all these hard decisions. But first, let's talk about how does our solution work. First of all, Peppa will upload all required input data into our application. These are client data, reward data, and survey data, which we also helped collecting. After inserting data, Peppa can go to the reward page. There is a table of all rewards. He can put new rewards or remove the older ones, and also he can choose multiple attributes like name, category, or cost per unit. Then there is the main part of our project, the CBA or cost-benefit analysis. It's really the core of our project. Well, Peppa will choose multiple attributes for finance, for phases of the campaign, and for client portfolio. After selecting all these attributes, the CBA is performed, and then he can see the output of it, and then he can make he will have much better decision making because there is multiple calculations and visualizations for these key metrics. And with those, he can evaluate different scenarios and then export them into Excel and dashboard.
Hello? Yes. So with our segmentation tool that allows Peppa to actively discover customer segments by applying filters and features to create targeted groups. This tool is crucial for identifying customer segments at the planning stage. By understanding customer segments, Peppa can then select rewards based on their preferences. This allows not only for reward selecting, but also for evaluations of the program performance later on. Next, we will see how the Peppa can monitor his strategies using our dashboard. Dashboard provides detailed analysis with KPIs and charts, comparing real results with forecasts. This dashboard, by combining all these tools together, Peppa can gain a strategic tool for decision making and define the program for better results. But how it works?
We decided to split our application into two components. One component for machine learning processing backend built on top of Fast API and Skykit Python library, and the second component is for web application itself developed in Streamlit. Both components are Dockerized, which speeds up the deployment, simplifies the maintenance, and ensures that the application works in the same way on all environments. The whole stack can be spun up with just one command. Our solution is supposed to be deployed on Azure Cloud, which corresponds to Raiffeisen Bank's environment. We started our project with collecting the user requirements, defining the technology stack, and preparing first proof of concept. At this time, we have ready our first solution. We deployed it locally and validated with the client. Our next step is to deploy the application into Raiffeisen Bank's environment, which is known to be more strict and will also involve integration with Databricks platform. After that, we want to start collecting data about the program usage to later develop a recommendation system based on those data, and also to improve application based on users' feedback. Let's recap what you have seen today. Together with Raiffeisen Bank, we developed a web application which aims to help with planning, monitoring, and optimizing the new reward system program. We also set up a foundation for a recommendation system as a part of future project expansion. So hopefully our Pepa is happy now. And this is all from our side. Thank you for your attention, and please ask questions.
Thanks for the presentation. I like how simple it was, and yet it tells everything you wanted. I wanted to ask, who should be using these reports?
It's for internal usage for our marketing team.
Only the marketing team?
For now, yes. So it's like a target group and the team we cooperated with.
And who is specifying the rewards?
I think it's also for the task for marketing team, but where initial rewards were defined based on service both from Raiffeisen Bank and from our own survey.
Mm-hmm. And did you implement any new technologies into the Raiffeisen Bank environment, or were they all of them used already in there?
I think we will bring something new to this, because marketing team does not have, it's not like a technical team. The only one thing we would like to reuse, it's basically the infrastructure. So it's Azure Cloud and the Databricks platform, which is basically also deployed on Azure. And but this is mostly for processing the data. But like Streamlit, I think this is something new for a bank.
So how difficult was it to implement something new into this bank?
I think the most difficult part was exactly to to be aware of a future deployment of this project, because banks are known to have a strict environment, and the client data could not go to the cloud. So that's why we separated our solution into two components, and the machine learning processing backend component is supposed to be deployed separately and let's say locally on Databricks platform, while the web application, so the front end, can be deployed on the Azure, because it does not contain any client data. It only receives the result from the backend component.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I will ask you one thing first. You call it reward system optimizer. What do you want to optimize? The revenue?
I guess that's the question we've been asking several times. So we would like to optimize the whole process. So reward system is a new program for Raiffeisen Bank. It is not launched yet. And we are targeting on iterative approach with this project. So once we deploy it on a bank environment, we would like to start with collecting the data, and after that do a second round of development. And we would like to optimize the way rewards are assigned to the clients, and the way this program is being monitored. So, to quickly react to some changes.
Okay, but the main target is to increase revenue of the clients, right?
Yeah, I guess it's
okay.
Getting more active users from non-active users, basically. And the optimizing, in our meaning, it means that not do the mistakes that doing others banks and others companies that do the same reward system, because it's really hard to maintain and like setting up all this process to get the profit from this type of reward program.
Okay, maybe I will come back to Wendy's question about who will use the application. And in that case, honestly, I think it's not for marketing. You know, marketing rewards are for partners in case of Raiffeisenbank, such as National Theatre or Ice Hockey Championship. You know, if you want to give the right rewards to right clients, you should make the application for the bankers. And also, what I would challenge is that you're not really gonna affect the revenue of the client that much with the rewards, but you will. But this actually can have the significant impact to NPS. So I like the idea, but the case behind it would need a little bit more work, I think, honestly.
Okay, thank you for your feedback.
Okay, really nice thing to play with. I would say it's very sophisticated, and I'm slightly afraid about the adoption by the users. Can very well imagine it with the recommendation system, when it basically tells them, okay, this give this type of reward to this segment of users. But I cannot really imagine the actual marketing people playing with it and defining the segments more or less by themselves by setting the filters in a different way. So it's good that you plan on doing the next step. However, I wanted to ask if you account also for potential reward abusers, and if it's actually possible, like if one of the tasks is to pay with a credit card, I do it, I don't know, 10 crowns, 10 times. Do I then earn some valuable reward?
That's why we're preparing the monitor like tool, like a dashboard, so the team can easily identify this straight away and fix all the problems, basically.
So without a lot of filtering, I would see that right away.
Yes, we are just preparing the monitor tool to have it right away, right starting from the campaign, basically.
One more question regarding the sophistication of your system. Did you already test it with the user? Did you get some feedback directly from them?
Yes, we tested this, our tool overall. The marketing team played with it, and because this program is not starting too soon, so we have more time to test it on more users and more people who potentially could use it, basically.
And what feedback did they give you that you consider worth implementing, or that you will implement in the solution?
Making it more simpler, making it more usable, more user-friendly, and etc.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Again, time's up. It's not working. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Okay. Well, every year we have at least one topic that is more serious. This year is not a difference. So please welcome Help Me application. Okay, heat map, help map.
Hello, hello. Ah, okay. Yeah. Firstly, according to statistics, 1 in 5 children have encountered mental health problem in their lives. That means that in average, a Czech classroom, for example, 30 people, at least 6 of them has, for example, depression, anxiety, or other risky behaviors that could limit their daily lives. Another thing, secondly, all these 50% of these symptoms began by the age of 14. It is another, you could say, pessimistic indicator. On the other hand, if we could adopt an early intervention in this age group, we could further have a better future for and reduce the risky behaviors of these individuals. And if you aren't finding these numbers alarming enough, 3 years before, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a surge of 30%. There was a 30% surge of emergency calls to the domestic violence in households. So this is a really serious matter. Of all things said, not everything is lost. There is a non-profit, or angels among us, non-profit organization called SafeZona, where you can go and find relevant information about the mental health issues. Their aim is to guide the lost young ones and provide them with better care. So they are partnered with at least 1,500 professionals, and they created a map called Aid Map, or Help Map in this case, where you can go and find the contact information about the professional help that you are seeking. Unfortunately, there is a flaw. It is a really great tool and interactive, but the data on this map are not updated enough. And when you encounter a situation where when you need help and you cannot contact the professional help you're seeking. And to do that, the volunteer at SafeZona have to go and refresh the data manually. It is very tiring, and that is not their aim or not the aim of their concept, because they are doing some other stuff instead of helping other people, right? Oh, sorry, but sorry. Now, more about our plans, I will hand it over to Lukáš. Thank you.
Luckily, SafeZona has contacted us, and we have decided to do something about this problem. We have implemented an automated solution for refreshing the data or validating the data they already have. The only thing the user from SafeZona needs to do is to take the CSV file and upload it into Mapotik, which is the tool you have seen on previous slide for an interactive map. Also, if you are a user of SafeZona and you need to enter some new records into this database, or you need to do any modifications, you can do so via a Streamlit app we have also implemented. But now you might be asking yourselves, how does this actually work? Well, without getting too much into the weeds here, let me show you the backend as well. If we take a look on the left side of the picture, we can see that we have took the original database of contacts that SafeZona provided us with, and we have uploaded it into Kebula, which is our orchestration tool of choice. Here, we compare the data from the original database against the data we have scraped from Mapy.cz, Google Maps, as well as the actual websites provided by the psychological care organizations. We store all of these results in a Snowflake database, and you already know the rest of the story. Users can manipulate them via a Streamlit application or upload the newly refreshed data directly into Mapotik. Well, we have brought 3 key benefits to this solution. Of course, having the data up to date or the contacts up to date is a benefit in and of itself. But we have also managed to make this solution totally cost-free. The labor was of course free, but thanks to the support from Kebula, we have also managed to keep the overall costs at zero, which is a big benefit for a non-profit organization. Also, if you would like to check all of the data manually, we have estimated that it would take 24 hours a month to check all of the records and see for yourself if they match. And that estimate is based on a naive estimate that it would only take you 1 minute for one record in the database to check it. Now we have correct and up-to-date data and information, and we have decided to make some plans for the future as well, because we were taught to dream big. We think it would be nice to modernize the interface of the SafeZona's website using a chatbot, for instance, that could direct you to the most suitable help that you need. And one more step into the future would be a mobile app that could check on your mood and anxiety and other levels daily, or perhaps weekly at least. And if it would see your mental health declining, it could provide you with the help you need. That's been it. We have told you today something about SafeZona's important mission, the state as is, and the problem it is currently facing, as well as the solution and the key benefits that we have brought to the table. We hope you will take care of yourself both physically and mentally. Let me invite you, Dimitri and Tomáš, to the stage, and if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask them now.
Hello. So thank you for the presentation. It is a noble cause for sure, so thank you for that, and working with an organization such as this one. My question goes to the maintenance of the solution that you have implemented, let's say. So who is going to be responsible for that after the handover?
Well, the SafeZona is also partnered with a company that is more technical. It's called OpenBean, and they are going to take care of the maintenance of the solution. But we were trying to make the solution as little maintenance as possible, of course.
Mm-hmm. And maybe I didn't catch it properly, but so are the SafeZona places responsible for entering their own information, or is it still done by the volunteer at the organization itself?
They are currently not responsible for entering their own information. The original file we were provided with is a file from SafeZona itself, and we are working on that data set, and yeah.
And did you maybe think about, transferring this responsibility to the places themselves and how that could be done?
Yeah, we have also considered that. We have considered granting them an access to the Streamlit and therefore the database itself. But it's a step we had not taken yet because it would need some additional work we weren't able to do at the moment on the data, and for instance to make sure that some malevolent user will not manipulate the data in the database.
Mm-hmm. And I think you mentioned that you validated the data that was already provided and entered into the SafeZona, but are you validating also the data that is being entered into the application, for example, if the address is correct, etc.?
Yes, we are validating the data in the Streamlit app. If you are entering a new record, we are validating that as well. And then we, every month, we are taking the most up-to-date data set and we are validating that most up-to-date data.
Definitely commendable what you did for the NGO and how you saved their time. It's great that you picked such a project. In the presentation, it looked like it went very smooth, that you scraped the data and it was at the bottom of your pyramid. It looks like it was very smooth, but from what I know, how scrape data can look like, I can imagine there was a lot of work. So how did you do the data cleaning?
Well, we only had 7 minutes to show you the whole presentation, so we couldn't have really gotten into the faults and errors. We have came across the path. But Dimitri, do you care to share a little bit more about the data cleansing we have done?
Yeah, thank you. So basically, our solution works as several Python scripts which are responsible for scraping data and preparing there for our final usage. The problem that we faced with was that we have a lot of websites which have different structure. So our task was to develop a custom scraper which would consider different architectural patterns which can be implemented in different websites. And the most important step was to prepare the emails, the telephone numbers and addresses to the form which will be the same against different sources. So for this we used some custom Python libraries which were implemented and tailored to our needs.
Thank you. But if I understand it correctly, what you do then in the Streamlit app is that you show the information about that services provider, and then you provide information that were scraped, and it's up to the human user to say, okay, this needs to be updated. This is how it works?
Not at all times. There is basically 3 cases that can come into play. The first one, everything is matched, everything is perfect, sunshine and happiness. That doesn't happen. Well, that happens in like 2/3 of the records. Then there is the second one, which is that we only have one new phone number or one new email or both, and at that point we are able to refresh them automatically, because there is no other data that even a human could find. And the third possible outcome is that we have multiple telephone contacts as well as multiple email addresses. And yes, at that point, we do need a human to check on the data, but that's in the first run, it was around 100 records out of the 1,500. So it's not a significant number of manual work as it would be if all of the 1,500 data would needed to be checked.
So that's the 2 to 3 hours that you had in the presentation that is needed for maintenance. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, from such serious topic to more happy topic, there's one team that was working on music. So please, O-Tunes to the stage.
Music. It connects us, evokes emotions, and sets the mood for any occasion. Try and remember songs that have marked your favorite memories. For me, it will be 3005 by Childish Gambino. That gives me that much-needed boost of energy. What does music mean to you? We like to think of music as an essential part of our lives. But it is extremely challenging to create a perfect music channel that is liked by everyone. How do we make every song resonate with an audience? How do we keep viewers hooked? That is the problem we set ourselves to solve. And in collaboration with Očko, we have crafted a perfect solution for this matter. Unlike any other musical platforms like Spotify, Očko caters to a broad audience. Everyone has a different taste in music. And as a mass media, Očko aims to satisfy everybody's musical needs. That is why we have decided to design a new way of providing music that caters to broad audience. Introducing O-Tunes, an innovative solution that will revolutionize experience of music, keeping viewers engaged and entertained day after day. O-Tunes brings a new generation of programming and playlist creation, not only for musical televisions. O-Tunes combines data from various sources, learns from them, and crafts a perfect music playlist that is according to a majority of audience. This is why this innovative solution is not limited only to musical televisions. It is designed to enhance programming across all TV and radio stations, and even movies. Viewership is crucial for all media channels. Keeping viewership and growing viewership is essential for a long-term success. Music television networks need an engaged audience to thrive. By providing needs of a viewer, we are providing better customers' experience. Our main goal is to make everyone satisfied, achieving better viewership, higher ratings, attracting more advertisers, and most importantly, boosting revenue.
O-Tunes generates endless channels in various genres. It's a data-driven solution that learns and gradually improves, becoming better and better. O-Tunes knows what people around the world are listening to and what's trending. It has access to a database of 10 million tracks, creating a real-time viewer experience. It can generate genre-specific streams for dozens of different genres. It responds to viewer feedback and social trends, tracks the number of plays and playback duration, and continually learns to become more perfect. It considers trending local content and is not confined by time or territory. O-Tunes can be used for any content, from music to radio to movies.
And you might be asking, what does O-Tunes know about you? It knows about your listening habits, what kind of music you listen to in different weather, when you turn your music on and off. And yes, we even know about your guilty pleasures. What does O-Tunes know in general? It keeps up with new trends, new songs and upcoming songs, most popular hits. O-Tunes even considers recent events. For example, if Taylor Swift would announce her marriage, O-Tunes would play more of her audiography. O-Tunes even considers weather, because when it's gloomy outside, people tend to listen more, and so on.
Our solution brings together data from various sources, such as the Spotify API, YouTube, music charts, a music video database, weather forecasts, viewership data, and data from social media Očko. We process this information with tools like Ebola and Python scripts, which feed into an Azure warehouse. At the heart of our system is an XGBoost model that generates O-Tunes channels.
To verify that we are going in the right direction, we had to perform a validation test of our solution. We provide a prototype with 5 channels. One include pop music, the second electro, the third hip hop, the fourth rock, and the last one include country music. We have created a Streamlit application featuring those channels, which we shared last Thursday on Očko Facebook and Instagram page, and we asked their audience to play them and to give us feedback. Almost 350 unique viewers played our channels for almost 6,000 minutes in total, and the number is still going up. The most popular channel includes pop music, which makes sense because Očko usually plays this genre. Those numbers seem relevant in case of their social media fan base, and we got no negative feedback, so it's safe to say that our solution works. And now, if you want to jump into a new era of playlist creation, don't hesitate to scan the code and experience music in a brand new way. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. It was really a great product pitch. But let's say we wanted to ask about the technologies and what exactly are you providing to us, because it wasn't that understandable from that presentation.
Yeah, so we are basically providing tailor-made playlists that you can use to create a new channel for your television or other media.
So in general, you will open the streamed application, then tell them, I don't know, what genres do you like, and then it will generate the playlist or something.
Yeah, basically it does exactly this, and it makes sure that it's the most accurate for the current situation with the new trends and stuff like that.
So how do you harvest the data from this source, from Spotify and everything?
We are using data from IFPI, which is a database of musical charts from Czech radios and global hits, and it's updated weekly. And we also use daily charts from Spotify, top 200 songs. So we combine those and make sure that we get the right mix of all the songs.
And how do you validate it?
We have a Streamlit application with analytics built upon it, which we feed back into the model, and then the model works with all the views data and stuff like that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, you mentioned the new trends, and what if I'm like total outlier who don't like the new music? I like country, like Michal Tučný and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and how will you make a proper playlist for me and my friends who are the same for our event?
Yeah, since we use not only these new trends, and we also use the top hits from 1950s to 2000 to actual date. Then it uses also this song. So if you try O-Tunes Country, I think you will like it also.
Okay, and is there any like a real-time feedback option in the application? Like if I don't like the playlist or just the vibe of the event changes, is there any option how to affect the playlist?
Well, not yet, but we will consider and add it in future release.
Okay. I might add that the Streamlit application is only a form of validation. The goal is to make these playlists played in actual television. So we would not, I guess, consider maybe for a validation, yes, feedback, but otherwise not included.
I have to say I'm a little bit confused about the concept there, because I don't see the added value compared to like Spotify at this point, for example. And just to mention, yeah, from the beginning, because you said in the beginning that unlike Spotify, you cater to a wide range of audience, which this is a claim that is very bold. So how do you back this up?
Ochko in general, they broadcast to a broad audience, as I said. And Spotify's algorithm aims to one specific person, the person of that account, the user specifically. So this is like, we had a perfect picture that shows a comparison of Ochko TV in a pub where a lot of people are gathering, and it not might be their favorite music, but they would agree on it, and they would be okay with it. They would enjoy time with each other. Spotify is something that you go on a road trip, you grab your friend, he plugs in Spotify, and you are like, what the hell are you listening to? And stuff like this. So,
So this is more meant for, let's say, group experience rather than a singular experience.
Yes.
And do you think in this day and age, it is more common that people enjoy music together like this in a pub when Ochko is playing rather than, let's say, headphones on metro, at work?
Well, it depends. We don't know the statistics, but I'm pretty sure that if me and my friends meet up, they would not like to listen to my music. But we have a personal playlist, like group playlist that provides our music.
Yeah, also this question was there when Spotify came out with its streaming service, and there was a question if it will kill all musical TVs like MTV, Ochko and stuff like that, and we are still here and Ochko is still a thing.
Yes, but I cannot say that I remember the last time that I have put Ochko on.
Yeah, but as we tried to say, it's not about what you listen to as a person, but when you go to a pub, maybe you can watch this Ochko in the TV in the background, so.
So from the clarifying questions and answer, it became clear to me that your product is actually to create something for mainstream. And according to the Instagram post, it looks like Ochko already used it. Did it increase any of their KPIs?
Not now, because it was just prototype. It was not in a real television.
So where did they use it?
This prototype or
yeah,
our
the prototype, what they posted about. And you actually mentioned that you had some 348 listeners?
Yes, it was just prototype through social media, but in the real television...
they haven't used it yet.
Yeah.
I understand. One more question. You mentioned an interesting thing that you did not collect any negative feedback. That happens very rarely. And I was wondering, how did you actually collect the feedback? Wasn't maybe a negative feedback that the player who listened to first 15 seconds stopped? Did you take also that into account as feedback?
Yeah, well, this was one of the analytics, and we checked the comments section, and there was only, we checked now, and now there was one commenter which was out of hands, but we didn't take it as a negative feedback to our application, but generally to AI.
Okay, so there was no negative feedback, but only one positive or neutral.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another team that prepared the topic that will be and is important to really all of us, really one and all. If you want to uncover the HR recruitment process, so please listen.
Hello? Hi, can you hear me? Okay, good. So we are Team 10, and we are making with Chezobe the HR recruitment platform. But before I start, I would like to ask everyone, have you ever sent your CV to a company with the hopes that you would get a job? May you please raise your hands, who has? Yeah, I see lots of hands. So, I want you to think about it, that how much work you've put into your CV, maybe a motivational letter, how much stress, and maybe the butterflies in your stomach gave it to you. But have you ever thought about it the other way, about the recruiters? So, the CSOB client, it's a big company. It's got 4.3 million clients, 15.4 billion of crowns of net profit, and 1.8 trillion crowns of managed money. And they also invest a couple of billions into the digitalization. So, to scale into the HR, the CSOB group has about 9,000 employees. Half of those are located in the HQ in Prague. So, yeah, it's a large building. And they have a 8% of annual fluctuation. And in average, there is daily about 200 recruitment processes open, with the average of about 40 days to fill the position. So I want you to meet Petra. Petra is a real person, and she's the recruitment lead in the CSOB company. And she has three main struggles. One of which is the Gen Z employment, because there's lots of people there who aren't from the Gen Z generation, and they have a lot of know-how. So she would like to employ more younger people, so the know-how can be passed on. Also, the internal rotation. She doesn't want people to leave the company because of the high scalability of it, and she wants to give more pleasure of trying something different or different role in the same company, because they already know the people and they're hard workers. And also, the management of recruitment data is really hard for her, because I will tell you in the next slide, is the current structure, the current architecture of the recruitment data. They have about 20 different data sources. These are just the ones we put that are the most that are generating the most candidates. And also we can see the internal and the external career portal in the CSOB group. And after that, it's for the recruiters, which are only 15. Really hard to put on and work with this data, because they have to dig deep into it and have Excel to access it. And I would like to ask you to imagine now that you are a shepherd in the meadows. You have your herd, your sheep, and most of the shepherds, they have a dog. But Petra currently doesn't have a dog, and it may be really stressful. It may be really stressful to work with the data, to work with lots of candidates, and our solution is that we make her day easier, her life easier. So our solution is every possible data source that we get from the candidates, we send to SAS. In the enterprise guide, we manage the data and we put it all together. But the data from the data sources is just the basic information about the candidate, but we want more. And they send also their CVs, which you also send to the companies. So we have prepared two CV scrapers. One is using the NLP model, and one we've tried with OpenAI API. And they give us more information about the candidates. And when we got the data, we put it all together in SAS, and then in SAS, also Visual Analytics, we make the visualization of it. And our solution gives Petra a puppy. I think everyone loves a puppy. And now we have a bit more happy Petra because she can now manage her herd a bit better. And the platform features are key metrics that help them evaluate the data. Also, as I said, the scraping of CVs, extensive filtering, and the information clarity, because we got now all the data sources put together. So you may see just a sneak peek, because there's lots of internal data in the other reports. and just how it may look like and how they may work with it. We're only using in here 13 different data sources, but we may see a lot of candidates for 15 people. So we want to make the life for the 15 people a bit easier. So the benefits are really simple. It's data quality, readability, uniformity, and optionality. What are the future goals to this project? Because it can be made better. And we would like to work with the project data that the people internal in ČSOB work on, so we have a better know-how what they did in the past and where they excel. So we would like to take this into account, and also that some people work in the company for 20 years, so we know a bit more about them, so we want them updated. And the cherry on the top would be the possibility of scraping the candidates from LinkedIn. And we are Team 10, and we make life of recruitment easier. Thank you.
Another very nice project. I really liked your problem statements in the beginning, which was the one was Gen Z employment, the second one that you want more internal rotation, and the second one was that the data architecture is a pain. In the presentation, you mostly elaborated on point 3. Could you maybe tell how your solution contributes to employing more people from Gen Z and how it supports internal rotation?
Yes, so the Gen Z, we've made, like ČSOB is collecting data from all kinds of sources, like Veletrh, for example, where they can get all the people that are only students, for example, or are finishing their school. So they not have the data, and we manage it like in special reports. We didn't show it because it's a lot of internal, and the data there isn't to be seen for everyone, but we are working with it so Petra or the recruiters can see what students would like to apply for some jobs, or they can work with them.
So it's more like contact management or management of the survey data? Is that it?
Yes, this is a special platform just for the data that comes from these surveys, but also as we have the information in all different kind of reports, like from the candidates, they can filter out, for example, we want people that are, I don't know, born between year this and year this, and they can work with that also.
Okay, and the internal rotation?
Yeah, so we have the internal data from the Zapka, and the current status is that we need the bank to work better with the updatability of the employees, so we know more about their skills, more about their projects that they worked on, so we can more likely put them into the new position for which a recruiter would need the people to fill.
The data about internal employees are still based on candidates' data, so this could be very different. So the company needs to change that. So that's the reason why we had it on the future goals slide, because they still need to change many things to update the data about their employees. So it's a future goal, I would say.
Okay, so to sum it up, your current solution is addressing point 3, that was clear, and point 1 in a way that it brings all the data into one place, and then it's up to the recruiter to actually drive the insights by themselves, so it doesn't recommend anything or doesn't provide any other statistics.
Give them a data background, because there are so many data about candidates, employees, there are so many sources, so we give them a good data background, one platform that they can use for searching many things. Because the current situation was very bad, then use sub-success factors. It's a good platform for writing positions or things like that, but it is very bad for reporting. So we give them analytics, we give them reporting, we give them data background that is very useful for them.
Understood. Thank you.
So you said you provided some reports and analytics for them. Can you maybe elaborate more on what insights can be found in there?
I think definitely interesting chapter is about scraping. We are still solving that because you know there are lots of policies related to it, but we think that this is definitely very good solution for them because in CVs there are so many interesting things related to hard skills, education, previous job history. So I think definitely a scraping of CVs is a really good feature for them. So.
Mm-hmm. And did you validate these reports and dashboards with the users?
Yeah. We validate it. The main user is recruitment agency or recruitment department. We validate it. We discuss with them, and they are very satisfied so far. But there are lots of things to do in the future because as I mentioned, there are lots of plans with that platform because you know the rotations and things related to it.
Okay, I will come back to how to say it. You say that you are giving some data background and integrated data to HR department. I get it, but still, have you considered like to include some advanced methods, like for example to calculate some score of suitability of candidates?
Yeah,
for
definitely. We also wanted to provide something like matching, like one number that can say this person is suitable for the job. But it is, it is still in progress because it's very hard to create that according so many data options related to hard skills. But it is definitely one future steps, I would say, matching skills or matching number.
Yeah, honestly, this is something what I would expect because we were talking about the data background, but honestly, I don't think that all people are made to work with data, especially when they were working with Excel for a long time, and sometimes you have to put it on the silver plate. So that's something what I would expect. And my last question is about the technology stack. You decided to work with what is already in ČSOB, or how?
Yep. They know the technology. They have some employees that are really into it. So it is we chose SAP because there are employees that they know this platform and they can manage it after we leave the project. So it is technology that is very known for them. They have some things related to licenses and things like that. That has been already solved. So that's the reason why we choose.
So it's also cost effective, right? Okay.
Yeah, I really like the presentation and the real story behind it. Do I see a bone on your shirt, or
Yes,
is it somehow connected with the dog?
Kind of, but it's from one of my favorite restaurants in Prague, Cantina, and I like to wear it like a symbol.
Okay, and I heard that there are only 15 recruiters in the whole ČSOB group.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct. 15.
Perfect.
For 9,000 of employees.
Okay, and regarding the internal information from Zapka, as far as I remember, there are only like articles about the internal rotations. So are you referencing anything else from this, or just?
Yeah, not just these articles, but we've been in talks with the recruitment, with Petra mostly, and with other people from HR, because they want to launch a project in the ČSOB, so they know more about the people, not just these articles, but they have more structured data, and so they know when, for example, someone worked there for 5 years, so he hasn't had to update his CV or any data because he has a stable job. So they want after every project, so the people will be like the Zapka will be more informed about the current status of the people.
So these informations are in Zapka already, or?
Not everything, but it's not up to date. And the future goals are working with the internal employees data.
Okay, thanks.
One last question, I'll try to make it quick. I see you on the floor. All right, so hiring process is a very sensitive topic. Have you thought about the ethical aspects? Because you mentioned that you would be categorizing the CVs based on the hard skills, but not sure if you've heard about the book Weapons of Math Distractions, but the machine learning algorithms can be influenced by certain bias. So how do you account for that?
Currently, it's mostly working on the process that the recruiter has a position, and for example, he would want the person to hire that he knows, for example, SQL and Python, so he can choose from only the people that know SQL and Python, and he doesn't have to go through all the people that the database has.
So it's just based on keywords now?
Yeah, but the matching isn't done yet, but currently the status is on the keywords.
Okay.
Maybe we know it's very sensitive topic, but it is still based on agreement, because there is 2 years rules that is based on agreement that the SOB can work with the candidates' data for 2 years. So there is a definitely problem with anonymized data that are not based on agreement. So it is still based on GDPR rules that are related to it. So
I need to cut the discussion. Yeah. So thank you for it.
Thank you.
And we have the last team in the row. It's a bit connected to recruitment process, because we will see how automate and estimate the bonuses in sales department.
Hello everyone. We would like to introduce you to our project for company Siemens, especially sales department. And let's take a look at what we are facing here. In the picture, you can see 2 employees from sales department. From sales managers to sales reps, they are frustrated about one thing in particular: bonuses. You might wonder, how can someone be frustrated from bonuses, right?
So let me tell you a story from 2 perspectives. This is Hannah. Hannah is regional manager, and she is managing over a dedicated group of people. She has a huge workload, infinite amount of paperwork, she's on a tight time schedule, and she's also responsible for bonus approval process. And the worst part is, this process is done manually, via Excels, emails, lots and lots of emails, screenshots and copy pasting. It's very time consuming and can create a room for an error. Hannah really wants to avoid this task. And actually, she's not the only one. There are 20 managers and top managers who are involved in this process and who share the same feeling as Hannah. On the other hand, we have John, sales representative, and bonuses create a significant amount of his paycheck. Unfortunately, he's unable to see even bonus estimates throughout the quarter. This lack of transparency is really making it hard for John to know his current state of finances and, for example, plan his summer holiday. He might be wondering, how luxurious vacation can I book for myself and my family this summer? So some prior information or estimate would be widely appreciated by John, and also by 50 more sales representatives who might be asking the same question about summer holidays. And for word bonus might be quite self-explanatory, but what does bonus mean for Siemens and different groups of people? For Hannah, as manager, bonus is represented by 3 numbers, 3 KPIs, that needs to be approved each quarter for each sales representative. And for John, bonus is amount that comes to his bank account at the end of the quarter. Unfortunately, that's the only time and place where when John can see his bonus. Not being be able to see the bonuses throughout the quarter makes him basically blind while planning his finances.
So you just heard 2 stories, and let's look into the solutions. For sales manager Hannah, sales manager Hannah will benefit with custom Power App running with automated workflows powered by Power Automate running in background. This solution will simplify approval and distribution process of quarterly bonuses. For sales rep John, we are providing Power BI report that offers transparency and insights into his bonus estimates throughout the quarter. And these solutions are built on Microsoft stack, so we are ensuring seamless integration with current technological Siemens company, current technical setup.
As for the user interface, dedicated users can now easily access custom-made Power App upon being notified via email that some change or action is required. That actually means that managers can now easily approve bonuses by just few clicks. And to check bonus estimates has never been easier. Now, upon opening Power BI report and bonus calculator is ready to be used. So sales representatives can just easily calculate their bonus estimates for current or given quarter by just entering their salary. The visual side was nearly as important for us. It was meant to fit the Siemens requirements and also to ensure good user experience.
Our solution brings significant benefits into 2 main areas: process automation and sales bonus estimator. Starting with Power Automation, our solution positively impacts 20 people, especially higher management. This solution simplifies their workflow, but also saves substantial amount of time. We estimate 40 hours per quarter saved, allowing top management to focus on more strategical tasks rather than manual routine processes. On the other hand, there is a sales bonus estimator that affects quite a larger group, benefiting 50 people across the whole sales department. This tool introduces controlled, transparent process. By implementing this estimator, we ensure that the sales team operates more effectively with greater satisfaction, which eventually will turn into bigger productivity. In summary, our dual-focused solution positively impacts 70 people, saving valuable time and improving employee experience. So we want to believe that we are making life easier for 70 people, because we believe that there is a simple equation. Much more satisfied employees bring much more value to the company, which eventually turns into big revenue. Thank you.
So we are ready for your questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I will ask you about some workload estimation of the project.
Okay, The estimation, the technologies we used, we've known, so it was not that hard to learn the Microsoft technologies. The Power BI report for that, I would estimate like 20 to 30 hours from our side. The most significant part for us was to learn the calculation logic behind it and how to implement it in a DAX code. And for the app, do you have some estimation?
I would say it was about like 50 hours, 60 hours.
So basically you are saying that you can build it under 20 man days? Something like that?
Yeah, if you're working continuously on it, I think that might be possible, yeah.
I would say that initially business analysis was very important because we had to use a lot of time to know the processes, know the calculation logic, and also know the technological setup in the Siemens. So this was also part of this process.
Honestly, I would expect the number in the presentation because you presented the benefits, and I did a quick calculation here, and it says that it saves like 20 minutes of time per manager each month. If I understand it correctly?
Yeah, if you're talking about the number in the presentation, the calculation was made by estimating, for example, 9 to 10 regional managers who spend approximately 2 hours a quarter on approval process. We also calculated in the head of sales, who has to approve all the sales representatives. So we estimated, for example, 4 to 6 hours per quarter. And then we also calculated in the finance department and controlling department, who also needs to work on the KPIs and to validate it each quarter. So the 40 hours was meant to be saved in compare to previous process per quarter.
So the second part of your project was an estimator of bonuses. So I guess it's estimator because they're KPIs that are not influenced just by the sales representative himself or herself. That's correct?
That's correct,
okay.
yeah.
Did you then do any checks on how accurate your predictions were?
It also depends on what part of quarter the calculation or the estimate is done, because it's calculating the amount of sales that is done. So when it's like a month in a quarter, we can only like estimate how the bonus will be for that month. So at the end, it might be more precise, I would say.
So how was it, for example, when you checked after first month, second month, and let's say, in these two time points?
We do believe that at the end we can get very close to the real numbers, because the calculation should really work as the calculation that is now done manually. We actually work with anonymized data, so we could just validate on our anonymized data. So far we don't have the answer how precise we are with the calculation.
Does the estimator include some recommendations for the sales representative, how he or she can influence it to increase the bonuses, like some tips, recommendations?
For now, not really the tips, but we believe that the way how the sales representative can see how it's calculated and can see different KPIs and knows the meaning behind the KPIs, he can see what part of the 3 KPIs is the strongest, which needs to be approved. So that also might be an interesting way how to further develop the solution. Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Can you please recap in a few sentences, what actually your solution does? Because it wasn't quite sure. How is it harvesting data? How is it using them? Because I saw that you are just sending some email and then the manager will estimate and then after that it will come to an end. Is that correct, or how is it working?
Should I answer? Okay. So for now, our solution has 2 parts. We believe that for future it can be integrated together. And for current solution, right now we have the Excel with numbers, and that is imported to the Power App. And from that, it's sent an email to the head of cell who needs to approve for all the sales representatives. And that is sent to the second round of approvals for the regional managers. And at the end, when it's approved, I would say report in a PDF is set to the dedicated sales representative. So he is informed about it beforehand. It reaches his bank account what the bonus will be.
And who is putting the data in the first Excel?
For now, for this solution, is the finance department, and the reason for that is that we believe this solution is quite complex. For future, there is the plan that the solutions will be like integrated. So when we validate the calculations in report, the automation process could be started from the report. So the numbers will be taken from the report and sent. So we don't, at the future, we believe there's no need to upload Excels.
Okay, thanks.
So no other questions? Okay, we managed it on time. Thank you for that. Well, this was the last presentation. I have a few things that I need to tell you. One thing is organizational. Jury will evaluate the presentations and give you the points. Mirek will calculate it. And then we will meet here just before 5 p.m. And one last thing, really thank you, all of you, because all the presentations were really great. And it was inspirational, and it's much harder to stand here than sit over there. So thank you for your patience.
Yeah, and 7 minutes for answers, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I have your attention, please? My name is Ota Novotny, and I'm responsible for the data programs, and especially for that course called Data Project. And we are on the final of the Data Project Challenge. It's my pleasure to be here with you and to see what you students teams have done over, let's say, 2.5, 3 months. I think there was a tremendous amount of the work. And today, in the afternoon, we will see the 5 teams selected for the final. And I'm glad that today the work is not on myself, because I have several colleagues, and the most important of them is Mirek Umlauf. Who will be taking care about the final. For me, it's such a relief, because I remember the first year when I had 18 teams. I had to mentor all of them through 3 months, and then I have to be the moderator of the whole semifinal and the final. It was a pretty tough job, so I'm glad I have someone who can help me. So, Mirek, floor is yours.
Thank you, Ota. I'm truly enjoying being part of this, and as I wrote you today, yeah, it's really great job what Ota did, because you don't see it at other schools, or even I feel envious also at this age that I haven't experienced something like this. So all of you, all the teams, you can be proud of yourself where you got to. So before we start, there is no change in the rules. 7 minutes for your presentation, 7 minutes for questions and answers from a new jury. We have a new jury. You may know some of them are totally new faces. So let me introduce the jury. So you definitely know Lady Ivana Caha-Šedivá. Hi, Ivanka. She's well, you know her, but not everyone maybe. So she's former CMO of McDonald's, Johnson & Johnson, and on top of that, this year she became the LinkedIn top public speaking voice. So congratulations, this is a great achievement. Then we have Kamelia Stajková. Welcome, Kamelia. You've also met her, and well, Kamelia is senior executive with really long experience in mergers and acquisitions across 3 continents. She spent years also running her own business as independent consultant, advising startups and SMEs on growth challenges, and this is what you have also faced. You faced partially some growth challenges. The next jury member, you have also met her. It's Hanka Schnablová. What I really admire on Hanka, that she's really, and she has it even on her LinkedIn, she has a really interdisciplinary person, so she can touch a broad variety of topics, but yeah, she's a great negotiator. And I remember her from last year. She can ask really great questions. This is, for me, the motivation for me is to keep learning to ask the right questions, because I've heard many years ago, there was an HBR article, who is asking is leading the way. So yes, the great questions matter. The next jury member, and there is a change, so some of you did research on the jury, some of you may not, so there is a change. Jan Mexorehach couldn't make it, but we have very fresh MBA alumni, the data MBA alumni, so someone who understands data, someone who understands the business, because he's principal at KPMG. So Martin Matějka, welcome here. And one of our partners also is here in the juries. You don't have to be worried, because if there is a team who did a project for this partner, he will simply not, he will just ask questions, but he will not judge you. It's Jan Zubíček, he's the lead architect from ČSOB for Kate. Welcome, Jan, here. And what's next now? So many of you are definitely curious who will be the first one who will go on stage. I know it. The first team, which will repeat and maybe make it even better than this day, will be the team, get ready, ČSOB HR recruitment platform. So please come on stage. Seven minutes for you. I will start counting as soon as you are ready. Yeah. Please put the mic on.
Hello? Hello? Yes, okay. You can hear me now. Great. So I got the timer already on. So I want to start my presentation, our presentation, the Team 10. We are making a recruitment platform for ČSOB. And I want to ask you one more time the same question. Who already sent your CV or motivational letter to a company with to be hired or to be to be hired at the company? So please put your hands up. Thank you. I see another time a lot of hands, and I want to ask you how that's been to send your CV, the motivational letter. Lots of hard work has been put into that, and maybe some butterflies in your stomach, but have you ever tried to see the other perspective as a recruiter? And that's what we would like to tell you about. The ČSOB group, for which we do the project, has a 4.3 million clients, 15.4 billion crowns of profit, and 1.8 trillion crowns of managed money. And they also put a couple of billions into investments into digitalization. The HR from ČSOB Group, they have about 9,000 employees, and half of them are located in the HQ in Prague. And yes, it's a very large building. We've been there. It's quite a maze. And they had about 8% annual fluctuation, and 200 open recruitment processes are nearly every day on average. And they need, the current 15 recruiters need 40 days to fill the position. And meet Petra. Petra is a real person. She's the recruitment lead at ČSOB, and she has three main struggles. The first one is Gen Z employment. She wants to hire a lot of younger people because they have a lot of know-how currently in the company, and lots of not so many young people who can learn that know-how. The next one is internal rotation, because she wants to be able to put the current employees a better position or something to fulfill more of their dreams, or something of a new challenge in the same company, so they don't have to leave because they're already really skilled. And the management of recruitment data is currently quite a pain, and we are here to help her. This is the current architecture. There's not just these four data sources, but there are lots of more. There's about 20. These are just the main, and we can see there's also a difference between external and internal, as I said before, because she wants to rotate people in the company. So we take them also into account. And they are then made into sub-success factors, and then analyzed in Excel, because Excel. And I want you to now to think about not that businessy, but try to think of a shepherd in the meadows, and there's lots of wolves in the forest nearby. Petra currently doesn't have what most shepherds have, a nice companion, a shepherd dog. She's in stress because she has to do everything by herself with all the sheep, and she doesn't have a truly companion. Our solution is as simple as we could make it, and we take all the data sources from SAP SuccessFactors, we put them into SAS Enterprise Guide, but we put them only the data that is the main information about the candidates. Because as I said before, you sent your CVs, and there's a lot of information in that. So we prepared two CV scrapers. One is an NLP model, one is using OpenAI API. And we get a lot of information from your CVs, or not from yours, I don't know who sent your CV to CESOB, but from the candidates we get more data that we can work on. And after we transform all the data to be suited, we then visualize it in SAS Visual Analytics. And so what this solution gave Petra, we gave her a puppy, because she now can have a companion who works with her and makes her life every day easier. When I got my puppy, it was one of the greatest days in my life. And the platform features, the information clarity, key metrics, also the scraping of the CVs, and also the extensive filtering options to make better decisions. This is just a sneak peek of how our solution looks like. We are using 13 different data sources in this, and you may see there's lots of candidates. Just remember, there are 15 recruiters, so we want to make their life a lot easier. This is just a sneak peek, because there's also a lot of different reports, but we can only use this one. And what are the benefits? The data quality and readability, uniformity, and optionality. And it's basically the benefits are really simple. And what are the futures? As I said, the internal rotation is a main thing, a main struggle for Petra. And we would like to use more of the project data. So the employees that worked on some project in CESOB, we want to know and use the data so we can find better matching for them on the new projects which will be stated in the future. And also, these employees should update their information or their CVs so that we can use it also more, because when someone works 20 years in a company, it's really hard to update your CV because you have 20 years a stable job and you don't need to do that because you're happy currently. But we want to be using the data to make the employees more happier. And the cherry on the top would be the LinkedIn scraping, because there's a lot of potential in there, but we know how hard it can be. That's why it's only the cherry on the top. And we are Team 10, and we make life of recruitment better and easier. Thank you very much.
I have a first question. What was the problem which you were trying to solve, and what was the benefit, the exact quantified benefit when they implement your solution?
So currently, for example, there's lots of data sources, and there may be candidates who use more data sources for sending their CVs. Some can be through the internet to their web portal. Some may be from LinkedIn, and some may be from, for example, jobs. And so there may be lots of duplicities in there, because, for example, when I would like to be a new employee, I could go through 3 different interviews, but now we can put it all into one interview. So we want to save a lot of time for the recruiters, and also when we scrape the CV, the recruiters don't have
Just to make it easier, because we have 7 minutes only. So the time of the recruiters was a problem. You wanted to decrease it, and how much did you decrease it after you implemented your solution?
We don't have currently the specific numbers. It's still in the process. We only got the first feedback back, and they're currently really happy because they are able to filter out the candidates better.
Thank you.
We give them better data background. It's very important for them because they have so many candidates, so many open recruitment processes at the moment. So we give them better data background.
So the quality was the
quality.
problem. Okay,
More information about it.
I can guess that Petra has many customers around the bank, being from CSOB. What other metrics that would be focused on those clients are you measuring? Are there any?
Yeah. One thing is still in the progress, but we want to bring them matching number, like one number that can tell them how suitable, how good is that candidate for the position. So it is very challenging to do that because there are so many abilities that the candidates can have. There are so many things that these things can depend on, but we wanted to bring them one number, one matching number.
And is this really what Petra's customers want or need?
Yeah, definitely, because as I mentioned before, there are so many candidates that applied for so many positions. So it's very good for them to, have some number before the interview, because sometimes it's very hard to, choose the best candidates that is affordable for them. So definitely this number can very help them.
Is this solely based on the CV they send in? So if they are hired, only depends on the quality of the CV sent in?
Definitely not.
Not because we just want to help choose the right candidates. The CVs, when I send my CV, I want it to be as actual as possible, but I'm not suitable for a position as a full stack developer because I don't have the abilities and skills. But the recruiters may choose other full stack candidates, full stack developer candidates, but they don't have to go through all the different people. They have it more. They can see the people more better.
And how do you prevent biases?
This is the same bias as when a recruiter hires someone, because he still has the data, but he doesn't. He uses his time more efficiently on selecting only the people that are suitable. But from then on, the recruiter, it's just his normal job because the recruiters choose the people on how they think they suit.
So biased.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I assume you already have a pilot project, so a pilot of your project. You have tested your customers, the market. How would you ensure the sustainability of this product? Meaning, would they really use it? Would Petra use it in the future?
Yes, I think definitely yes.
And why?
Because as we got the first feedback, they're happy with how it works, how it can make their life easier. And it's when I have something that can make my job easier or like save time, I would use it. And for them, currently, what we got from the feedback is just positive. For some notes on how to make it better for them, which can be adjusted, but they currently are happy with it.
And the senior management at CSOB is also happy with it? Are they informed? Are they in line with it, with the project?
We haven't been.
Yeah, the main user is still a recruiter. So we think that recruiters are happy with that because we have feedback just from them, not from the management. So my main user is still a recruiter. So I think that's the answer.
Thank you.
So you've picked one part of the recruitment process, which you have decided to help the recruiters with, meaning mostly the filtering out the CVs for the interviews. What I would like to ask is, because you have mentioned that one part of the problem is recruitment data management, what do you think is really part of this, let's say, bigger problem? And do you have any ambition to, let's say, widen the solution you have prepared and maybe cover also other parts of the recruitment process, or maybe even subsequent processes?
This is a thing we haven't really, the subsequent processes really haven't thought about. The main thing is just, or for this current period, was to make as much as possible or save as much time for the recruiters as we could. And we think we brought this up, but there's lots of features that could be added into this. And we had a lot of brainstorming sessions, but they would need a lot of more time. So we came up with this, so because we thought that would be the best that we could give them right now.
Okay, thank you.
Great presentation, and I assume you are curious who is the next on stage. So I will ask the team with a project called Lead to Car to come on stage.
Hello, hello. Boom, boom. Hello. My name is Veronica, and together with my colleagues, we are introducing you Lead to Car Next Gen. Let me open up with a question. How much time do you think you spend searching for information every day at work? Last time we said 1.5 hours. So this time, let's take 2 hours. Please, raise your hand if you think you spend more than 3 hours or 2 hours every day searching for information. Okay, still quite a lot of people. Well, on the average, an employee spends about 1.6 hours each man-day. If we sum it all up, it means that out of your 5 days at work, you are actually doing the work for only 4 of those days. And what if I tell you that up to 41% of those hours worked could be automated by AI? That would give you extra 3 hours each day. And now, let me show you how it really works. Meet Jakub. He is the CEO of a car dealership and also an active user of Lead to Car. Jakub's company currently uses Lead to Car as a CRM solution. So for you to imagine, let's take, for example, Jakub when he goes out and he meets a new potential customer. He can then log him into Lead to Car as a new lead. After some time, when marketing wants to contact him, they can already see all the communication that was previously being held with the customer directly in the application. And on top of that, Jakub's company also uses Lead to Car to store all of their documents and reports. So phew, that's quite a lot of things. So you can only imagine how long it must take to locate a certain information. For example, if they want to find out the top 3 salesmen of last quarter, it could take up to multiple hours.
And so we came up with 2 solutions. First one saves Jakub many hours he previously spent searching for information through different documents or reports. Now, he can simply ask our chatbot. The chatbot will give him answer in seconds, plus he will point him to the specific report or document where the information is stored so that he can validate it himself. Our chatbot has access to the database, all the textual documents and reports accessible in current lead to car. Besides Jakub, Litka also works at car dealership. Litka is marketing manager, and she, same as Jakub, uses lead to car for different daily tasks. However, there is still one timely task she needs to do by herself. Personalized emails. At this moment, she can choose one of two options. Either she saves time and uses uniform email templating accessible as a function in current system, or she writes the email herself. Because Litka is very experienced in marketing, she knows how personalized emails are important for the business. Studies show that companies which use email personalization can generate up to 40% more revenue than those who don't. So here comes our second solution. With Lead to Car, Litka doesn't need to worry about not having her emails personalized. Besides chatbot, we also added feature for automatic drafting of personalized emails. So let me sum it all up. Now, Litka doesn't need to spend 15 minutes writing personalized emails. She can generate it in just 2 seconds. And Jakub can save hours searching for information through different dashboards, reports, or documents. He can simply ask our chatbot, and he will give him an answer in just about 10 seconds.
And now let's talk business, and mainly its scalability potential. Our primary target group for our next-gen components is consisted of more than 250 independent car dealers who are already using the base Lead to Car. Moreover, this July, Lead to Car is rolling out to another 14 European countries, opening up a whole new realm of scalability options for the future of Lead to Car Next Gen. Now, Litka and Jakub might be wondering what they are getting in the Lead to Car Next Gen. And the simple answer is all of this. And we will be more than happy to discuss the technological stack with you in more detail during the Q&A session. But for now, let me emphasize this. This is not just about the data project challenge. It's much bigger, actually, because we have to all realize that this software is going to be deployed and used all across Europe. And so that's why I would like to use this opportunity to announce the official product launch of the Lead to Car Next Gen, which is now in private preview. And so now, Litka and Jakub will get their free trial, getting to know the product, become independent on using it, and not wanting to give it up at the end. And then they can decide to continue using it, using either the standard subscription or the premium subscription with the upgraded set of features, and like, for example, a richer set of data sources that the chatbot has access to, and of course, more question limits. And that wraps it up. So thank you very much for your attention, and we are looking forward to the questions.
So I understand that what you are basically helping with is to get the information from the CRM system Lead to Car, if I'm right. And basically, one leg of that is to answer any relevant questions through a chatbot, and the other one is to support Litka, let's say, with writing personalized emails. What I would like to ask is your vision regarding the personalized emails. How do you think these should be personalized? What are the options that are offered to Litka? and based on what strategies she can run personalization.
Sure. Currently, it works like this. When Litka wants to send some marketing email in the context of some specific campaign to certain users, she can use, or she's using the base templates, which are basically the templates, the generic templates, pretty much how the campaign should sound for the user. And the component that personalizes works in two steps. First of all, it fetches the user data about the individual person for which it is personalizing the email. It fetches the data from the database, like gender, age group, distance from the nearest car dealership, and several other personal characteristics. And then this base template and these personal characteristics are inserted into a context for large language model, which is Mistral Large that we are using. And then based on these personal characteristics, the email is personalized for that specific user.
Okay, and have you checked the maturity of the solution? Because I have witnessed several of such offerings, and well, they were not yet put into production because of the possible PR issues, because the output was not always good enough to be used across, let's say, thousands and millions of customers.
Yeah, sure. That's why we obviously started with a private preview, so that we can just give it up, give it to people, to real users of Lead2Car, so that they can get their hands on it. And collect some feedback from that, and then iteratively improve the current solution in the next releases.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. A quick question about the pricing. Why did you select these numbers?
Sure. We have a slide in appendix for that. Thanks. Just a disclaimer, you can ignore the design of this slide because it's in the appendix. So.
Sure.
Yeah, so this is just a brief summary of much longer analysis, but basically, if we take some average car dealership, which consists, let's say, of 25 employees, and 5 of them would be users of Lead2Car Next Gen, that would be 100 euros per month additionally that they have to pay for these next generation components. And basically that's a 20% nominal price increase compared to what they pay now for the base Lead2Car. And of course, which is higher than maybe would be ideal to start with. But the important thing to realize is that the customer is paying 100 euros for the 1,600 euros value delivered from the next generation components, and those are the savings from using the components that would be spent on unproductive work that they now don't have to do.
Have you also checked the competition, what they charge?
Well, there's not much of a competition because because Lead2Car is CRM specifically tailored for car dealership, car importers, etc. And I'm not aware of any other such solution. And so we didn't have a chance to look at the competition from this background, so that we can compare our pricing with theirs. And another important thing is that those prices, 20 and 40 euros, are of course subject to further refinement. This was just the initial baseline, and we'll see how it will go.
Thank you.
I would like to ask more about the data you've used there. I won't talk about 2 seconds for sending email because, in my opinion, that's suicidal to send an email without reading it. But the numbers like 2 to 3 hours spent on searching data, this is based on some research you did with car dealerships?
Sure, and it would be, or it will be best described on a brief story. Let's say I am the owner of some car dealership, and I want to know who are my top 3 sales reps during the previous 6 months, because I want to give them bonuses for their great work. And I also need to know what were the volumes and margins of their sales so that I know exactly how large these bonuses should be. Now, what I would do without the next generation components, I would go to my analyst, if such person even exists. I'll give him or her this assignment, and then he would go to the lead to car or to the source database, and he would be looking for all of this information for 2 hours, really. And then he would come back, presented me the results, and I would make a decision. Now you just type these 3 or 4 questions that I mentioned in the beginning of the story. You send it to the chatbot, and you have the answer in about 10 seconds.
And is that answer as reliable as it would be from an analyst? Because the large language model is not that suited for data analysis. You need to have different layers for that.
Sure. Well, first important thing to mention is that the chatbot always returns the source from which he generated the answer, so that there will be a link to specific, either if the data is located in the dashboard, it will provide the link for that dashboard where you can look it up, or in case of the textual documents, but that was not the question. So we are talking about structured data. Second, so the first one is it's providing the source. And the second thing is that it is not doing data analysis in its true sense, because how this chatbot for SQL agentic way, it works like that, like this. It looks at the user query, it looks at the schema of the database, it looks at the names of the tables, names of the columns, decides where the information is located, necessary for answering the question, constructs the query, validates it, executes it, then from database he gets the results, which are then passed to the user as an answer for the original question. And of course, if this is handled right now only in system prompt, if the chatbot does not find the answer in the database, it writes that the answer was not found, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just clarify? You were saying that the customer, or is it using only the application? Because you said that the customer data will be searched through the application, that you have some sort of track of communication. But are they only using the application? Can't they just call or just come in? And all this data that will be sort of spoken, not written, all this information will be lost. So it's only based on the written data you have in some sort of application, how the client contacts you, right?
Yes, it has to be.
So all the other things are not considered. So every single personalized email will be only based on the communication that you have via that application, not what we spoke when we sort of
Sure, and that's why where the human operator comes in, so that he or she looks at the personalization, and then she can add the stuff that is not tangible anywhere in the application. And
okay, and that takes how much time? Because you were saying this suicidal 2 seconds for generating the email, and you didn't count for any fact checking or adding these extra details. So how much time will you spend on that, and how will be the numbers of the time changed, as in like for sending?
Certainly less than 15 minutes, which is the time that currently has to be spent on personalizing one email. I don't have the exact number, but it will be much lower than 15 minutes.
And have you received any feedback?
Not yet. The private preview was released last week, so we are waiting for the first round of feedbacks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you so much. Earlier this year, when I saw the list of the projects, so with this one, which is coming next, I was like, how come a company which builds a data platform for others to have customer 360-degree view, how come that this company doesn't have it? So let me invite Kebula team to share what they did for this data platform company. Come on stage, please.
Good evening, everyone. Today, I'm thrilled to show you an exciting new chapter in Kebula's journey. As many of you already know, Kebula is a data integration platform that is in the forefront of data integration and analytics. Me and my team, we've been tirelessly trying to work biggest issue in the Kebula's current state, which is handling more leads than they can effectively process. We have developed a cutting-edge solution that integrates with Salesforce and other crucial platforms, such as Google Analytics. But this isn't just about technology. It's about how we transform business. In the next 12 months, we have estimated that this solution will increase our annual revenue by $500,000. But this isn't just the real potential. The real potential is that with the planned expense that my colleagues will tell you more about later, we are looking at a game-changing $1 to $2 million. With this in mind, we will now show you how we accomplish this. Let's find out. Our solution is designed to achieve these 4 main goals. I have already mentioned the improvement in annual revenue and the increase in generic marketing, but there is more. We are trying to organize lead management and convert potential customers into loyal ones. Adam will now enlighten you on how this works in practice.
Let me introduce you Pepik. Pepik is a salesman that has been working at Kebula for many years. Pepik and his team right now faces a situation where they have more leads than they are effectively able to process. If you find yourself in a situation like this, you want to prioritize those leads which have higher potential revenue and higher probability of conversion. But how would you prioritize those leads? Probably based on some data, right? However, the current way of processing those leads is purely based on intuition right now, not on some data-driven insights. Let me tell you an example. Pepik was approaching a client, but soon it turned out that this client was a junior data analyst in a small startup that just registered for the webinar. But at the same time, there was another client who was a CDO in a company of 300 people that had been already using Kebula's free version for many months. Unfortunately, this deal was lost, simply because the deal or opportunity wasn't prioritized. Dominic, could you please tell how would you help Pepe and his team?
Certainly, Adam. I understand the problem, and we have just the solution. First of all, it is necessary to clean up all the data that the decisions are based upon, and that is where our solution comes in. The application consolidates all interactions between the Kebula and possible clients into a lead score. All of the leads are then sorted based on their scores, so that consultants are then assigned to the leads with highest possibility of revenue. The score consists of large number of items, such as registration to a webinar, using components that Kebula platform provides, and also their job role. And all of it is then used to help the more senior colleagues are going to be assigned or rather allocated to the high scored leads. And that is not all. What about the leads with low score? They are not lost. They are not neglected. They are going to be then targeted by our utilizing innovative AI we have created. Thanks to the tool, generate personalized communication. The PEPIC will then use this tool to create personalized emails and also LinkedIn posts with newest products that are going to be showcased there.
Now let's take a look at our technical solution. We start on the left side. Here we have incorporated several sources for our sales team. But this is just the beginning. In the future, this setup is ready to be scaled up to incorporate additional news sources such as Google Analytics. All this data is housed at Kebula storage, plus we leverage OpenAI's large language model to analyze customer success stories, but more on that later. And the journey doesn't stop there. Once data processed, it flows back into the Salesforce, where it is ready for our sales team to act on. This end-to-end integration means our employees can continue to deliver outstanding services and drive results with unparalleled efficiency. And now let us sneak peek to our Streamlit app. Here is an application we developed for managing score managing. It serves as a data editor where score types are managed, ensuring our sales team can focus on the most promising leads. Now for the magic, how we incorporated cutting-edge AI. First, user chooses target industry and communication format. As of now, we support email and LinkedIn posts. Then they can experiment with up to 3 prompts, which are inspired by customer stories, which allows them to refine their communication strategies and explore various new approaches.
We've explored our solution, and now it's time to summarize everything and highlight its key benefits. So if you didn't pay attention, now it's time to focus. We've managed to develop a lead scoring solution connected with AI-based tool to generate personalized and data-driven communication to potential lead. This will ensure that none of the leads are overlooked. You may find the concept of lead scoring a little bit too straightforward, but it brings real value to the table. Just by implementing this solution in Kebula, it could increase annual recurring revenue by $500,000. I think the number speaks for itself. This solution really works, and we don't want to gatekeep. That's why this solution will be offered to all of you Kebula users as a template you can easily adjust and implement into your own project. And last but not least, with a little bit more development, our solution will be offered as a standalone product, a data app, which will be offered to the market by the end of this year. And all these plans, innovations, emphasized by the planned expansion of marketing and sales department could lead to an increase of annual recurring revenue up to $2 million next year. So remember us when our solution will be integrated into your company as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I was really amazed by the way how you are using the factors, the scoring, and I would like to understand a little bit more what is behind that. So how do you allocate the different scoring points based on the activities which the lead went through? Was there some learning behind that? What was it?
we didn't allocate the score to the certain events or certain contacts. We just provided the platform where Kebula's marketing department or sales team can assign these numbers.
Yeah, but after all, the salespeople in Kebula will be working with the scores and leads. So that's why we built our data app, so they can just easily adjust the score of a specific event. Just an example, like if the subscription of email communication is, let's say, plus 10 points, and by time, the people in sales will see this is maybe a little bit too high, we should decrease it to 5. They will just easily go to the app and change the score for this event, and the whole score will overcompute, so they can work with it easier.
Mm-hmm. Are you planning to implement some learning based on the set of data or set of parameters, set of scores versus the achievements, and automate the learning as you go, and as Kebula is, or Kebula's partners are developing a lot of use cases for that?
Yeah, it's really good suggestion, but I'm afraid we're not that far. We just developed the platform, and now it awaits rounds of testing and using it. So by time, if we see that it is necessary to do, and it's a really good idea, I think we should consider it later, we can do that, but we're not that far.
Thank you.
If I may add something, it wasn't possible at this time to implement some sort of machine learning because the data didn't exist. So in the future, it's possible. So we are building the foundation for this.
Maybe. For me, if you could say in one sentence, why is this cutting edge?
Because we are taking care of lost opportunities which are now going away, and this could earn the real money.
Yeah, but lead management, propensity modeling, I don't think that this is something new on the market.
It's not, but the lost opportunity, we estimate that it's quite big right now because they're working with more leads than they can effectively manage, and that's why it's necessary to implement this solution and take care of those lost opportunities.
Thank you.
Can I go back to when you said that you would like to increase the revenue? You didn't specify by how much, and then you said something about $500,000. What does it mean?
Yeah, we didn't come up with this number by ourselves. We don't have the experience for it. This estimation was provided by Kebula employee after consultation with CMO. So let's say this is an expert estimation. Unfortunately, we don't have a data to estimate the amount of lost opportunity. So this is the number which we promise to increase the annual recurring revenue.
Sounds sort of like a buzzword because it's millions, but it doesn't really, you don't really know what it means, right? Is it I don't know, 50%? Is it 1%? Is it, how huge increase is it?
Like we expect increase of the newcomers by 50%. But I mean, if you do like a basic calculation, if let's say we would save one customer each month, which would be worth, let's say, $100. After 1 year, these customers are going to produce $14,000, which is still a very significant number. And I think we are being like very conservative with just one customer a month and $100 a month per customer.
Okay, and regarding the scores, how do you judge the scores? So is it just based on kind of my mood and I say, okay, today is going to be 10. Oh yeah, it's too high, I will decrease it. Or is there any sort of guideline what 10 means or what 1 means? Is there any sort of comparison that the person can use to be able to judge it by?
Yeah, it's based on experience of marketing team and sales department, and it can be changed by time. If they decide, like I think after like communication and conversation about it, they can increase it, but no, it's not changed by the mood.
No, I was asking if there was any scoring table or some sort of guide. So it seems it's not, and it's kind of based on people's sort of bias in that sense. Okay, thank you.
So you've mentioned that you want to eventually provide your solution as a standalone app. I expect that it would be relevant for me if I'd be, let's say, an SME without any lead management implemented so far. So this might be a good start for me and bring some benefits. What would be the requirements which I have to satisfy with? Let's say I'm not using Salesforce because I'm an SME and Salesforce is too expensive for me. Are you let's say, Salesforce dependent, meaning that you expect the data to come in certain shapes and certain format with certain meanings, or is it something which is configurable, or will you provide me some API or whatever? How is this going to be integrated?
Yeah, I think there are two options. Like having implemented Kabula, then we can just use the template and connect the app. Or if you don't have a Kabula, then you can use the standalone app, which will be using just the interface of app, and you don't need to have Kabula. It will run on Kabula, but you don't need to have it implemented. And I think the prerequisite is having a data warehouse, and yeah, that's basically it. Our solution is designed to be scalable and adjustable, so there isn't much prerequisites, I would say.
But I guess that I need to have the source data, and I think that you've mentioned that currently you are integrated with data from Salesforce, maybe Google Analytics, and maybe something else as well. So I suppose that I will have to provide something similar.
Yeah, probably some CRM.
Okay. Thanks.
One closing question. Will you really do it in this team? Will you continue working until it flies?
We hope we would, and we would like to.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. As I said in the beginning, I wish I had this opportunity to experience or to go through this kind of experiential learning more than 20 years ago. It wasn't like that. And the next thing I wish I had the opportunity to have study buddy, AI-powered study buddy, who would support me during my university studies. So I wish, I want to welcome the team, AI study buddy. Come on stage.
The digitalization and the implementation of artificial intelligence are one of the keys to success in a world of 21st century. This is especially true for publishers nowadays. The world is changing, and so must they. Recently, I was talking with a chief of digitalization at Grada Publishing House, and I can tell you, he was really, really skeptical. He believed that AI and chatbots were their biggest competitors, a threat to them. That it's hard and it's expensive to build their own platform. However, I explained to him that while a threat, it's much more of an opportunity. It's a way for them to stay ahead, because nowadays traditional ebooks and PDFs often fall short in providing an engaging and interactive experience that today's students crave.
And here comes Study Buddy, an opportunity for publishers and universities alike. And our university asked us to create Study Buddy because they want a virtual assistant for students that will help them when they need to understand documents from WSHE. And that's exactly what we did. But we didn't do just that. We did much more. Let me tell you details about Study Buddy. Study Buddy can understand any documents from many formats. I'm talking Microsoft Words, PDFs, but also PowerPoint presentations. After that, our model processes these documents and sends them to large language model. And then you can just ask any relevant question, and he will answer you only from the information he gained from the documents you send them that was in StudyBuddy. Also, StudyBuddy is available on any device. 3 words: cheap, fast, and scholarly. Those are the words that defines our product. First, cheap. Well, that is the cheapest option on the market. Yes, we did the math, and it's 10 times cheaper than OpenAI tokens. It's so cheap that school can offer StudyBuddy to students, and it will be to students for free, and school only, the university will only pay for the usage. And the usage of the model, if 1,000 students ask 100 prompts, it will cost only $19.5. It's ridiculously low if you know that ChatGPT-4 costs $25 in the Czech Republic, and it's only for 1 user. Sorry. Then fast. The speed of StudyBuddy is the same as any other online chatbot, and the average response time of ChatGPT-4 is 15 to 20 seconds, and so is StudyBuddy's if you ask him really hard questions. And last, scholarly, it means that our product was designed to help students with education in specific field of their range. That means that our product is educational, helpful, and polite. Now let's talk about publishers. The potential implementation of a book marketplace in the StudyBuddy takes this product into another dimension. Why? Well, because of business revenue, well, because of the potential revenue. StudyBuddy will not only be self-sustainable, but also profitable. You will have an option to purchase or borrow book in the StudyBuddy from our publishers, and just by click, you will buy it, click, you will upload it, and you can communicate with StudyBuddy about this ebook. Thanks to a collaboration with Grada, we know that publisher wants this. They want it just not to stay competitive, but to be leaders of their market. Not to mention that this product will be advertised to more than 10,000 WSJS students and even more alumni. That's the definition of win-win-win situation. Now let's talk about business model. StudyBuddy is the most accessible option for university to implement AI chatbot. It's great to know that input costs are low, and so that we can offer StudyBuddy for free to students, but StudyBuddy will be also available for alumni who studied on the university and probably don't have the information and knowledge they've learned. Now we will connect them, yes. And alumni can ask anything they want. They would pay a fee, but it will be much cheaper than if they want to buy any other online chatbot and want to upload these documents to them. Not to mention that they don't have the documents of education. And once we introduce the marketplace, the revenue potential will be much higher. Lastly, the whole product has a very important quality, and this expandability. We can use this solution and sell it to other institutions, and that's the business, baby.
All right, so now just stop talking about only the product. Let's delve deep into the demo. So, as you can see, we chose a simple UI because, as we all know, in simplicity there is a beauty. And on the left, we can see filters for your desired documents. On the bottom left, we can see the list of currently available documents that are currently in your StudyBuddy. In the middle, we can see a window so that you can chat with your StudyBuddy. You can ask him any questions. And on the right, we can see a preview window so that you can always verify the answer. The StudyBuddy will always give you the document that it's cited so that you can always double check it. This product has a potential to be the second best product that our university has ever made, right after Ota Novotný. So, what are the next milestones on our roadmap? Well, firstly, we would like to implement all the VŠE study materials so that they can be made available for the students. Secondly, we want to integrate the marketplace so our revenue potential could be boosted by a mile. And lastly, well, for StudyBuddy, sky is the limit. So let's aim for the sky, and we can integrate StudyBuddy into other universities and institutions, because our StudyBuddy can help you with anything and answer everything. Well, almost everything. And if you're still not convinced, well, you can check it out for yourself.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I will start with quite a hard question. How would you compete with a company like Microsoft, who already offer their rec solutions? You can choose different model from GPT. The prices are always going down. Where's your competitive advantage?
Well, the biggest competitive advantage is that the Microsoft won't give you 13,000 licenses for free, just like that.
Their pricing for example, for Copilot assistants is based on tokens.
Yeah, we chose like the most optimized model there is, and we are using state-of-the-art, basically state-of-the-art models and techniques. So I'm fairly certain that even if you used any OpenAI models, it would not be cheaper than this.
Maybe not, but the outputs we've seen were not that great in grammar and stuff like that. So these are not state-of-the-art models, probably something like Llama 3 or something, maybe. So we are not comparing the same quality for the same price. And the price, as I've already mentioned, is always going down.
Well, thanks to our collaboration with Grada, we have also the opportunity to buy and to purchase the book or borrow your book. Like if you're a student, you probably want to borrow the book and just implement it to your chatbot. So you have all the information from VŠE, and also you can purchase another book and take the informations and ask with StudyBuddy with it.
And also, if I can add really quickly, because as you just said, the prices are going down and new models are being released into public, then so can we utilize these new models? It's very easy to implement a new model into our solution.
Okay, so the advantage is mostly about access to the data, not access to the models. And let's hope that OpenAI doesn't sign anything like they did with American publishers or German publishers.
Yeah, I mean, they would also have to sign with our university. But yeah.
Yes, as we said, we are mostly educational. We create educational. Thank you very much for this, because we also think about this product like that.
Thank you.
Have you asked any other university for partnership?
Yes, we asked 5 publishers.
University.
No, we are currently working only in VŠE.
Is there a reason why you didn't ask?
We're basically in like phase 1 of our plan. So it's, as I said, in the future, it's one of our milestones. So, yep.
Also, we don't want other universities to like jump us and get the better of us.
Sometimes there is strength in partnership and you can be faster and better. But have you thought of how much would it cost you to keep up to date? Because the information and new articles, new books, and new sources are coming all the time. So how much would it cost you for someone to actually pay attention to what's going on and actualization and having more actual information in there?
There would definitely have to be someone who keeps up the model, who keeps it up to date. But I believe that the savings and the potential revenue gained by creating a marketplace for ebooks would make more than enough to sustain at least one person to keep the model up to date.
do you think it's job only for one person?
In the current state of the model, I think its upkeep would be possible in one person.
That seems a bit slow, I guess, but maybe maybe not.
This probably was not part of your task, what you put in front of you, but will VŠE allow students to use the study buddy to prepare to work for seminar works, stuff like that? Will there be any limitations in usage for students? Maybe it's the question for the first product of VŠE, I don't know, but...
Yeah, that's a question for whoever is in charge of this implementation at VŠE. We did not discuss it with VŠE, so we don't know at this point if it would be...
But the task came from VŠE, or is
Yes.
it your own? Okay, excellent, thank you.
I'm coming back to basically the competition that was already mentioned. I think the solution to this question, or I mean, sorry to be saying something that you should be saying, is probably a better definition of your market niche. So probably you have this definition already. Could you share with us who exactly is your customer? Because I mean, I see that it's a platform. So basically you have the users from one side, the providers from the other side, and of course the medium, which is the universities.
Yeah, I think you summed it up pretty well. I mean, the customers are, of course, potentially the other universities, but mostly students and the public and alumni who would purchase a subscription for this model.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry if that was not a sufficient answer.
So I see a benefit for the publishers as one of the stakeholders or stakeholder groups, because this is going to be a new channel which used to sell their products, basically. I would like to ask you, what do you think is the motivation for the universities to pay for the product? Because I think that you have mentioned that you expect the universities to pay for this. So that's the first question. And the second question is, are there any other specifics coming up from this particular market niche? Meaning, how would this be different, or how is this product different from, let's say, Copilot, which would be able to incorporate the ebooks data, for example, if they would come up with a solution how to dynamically include those ebooks or not?
Maybe add something to the previous question. As Martin already said, it's a win-win-win situation, both for not both, but for the university, for the publishing houses, and for the students as well. And you asked what are the benefits of it?
What's the motivation for the university to pay for a product?
I can say that it might be like a replacement for a physical library. Here in VŠE, for example, if we connect with more and more publishing houses, we can replace the physical library and we can get all the revenue from it in order to support our solution. And the second question was, sorry.
Well, the second question was, what are the specifics of this particular product given the market niche you are targeting? Meaning, what were the differences which you had to implement compared to, let's say, Copilot, which would be trained on the same data? And now I'm abstracting from the complexity of integrating hard or borrowed ebooks and so on.
Yeah, okay, I get you, thanks. I think that the most important thing is that it is tailor-made. It is tailor-made for the university. Now for the VŠE, it can be tailor-made for the library, for another university. So basically it means that a student just simply starts typing the question. He has all these documents uploaded. He doesn't need to know what he needs to upload, from what course, which book, which I don't know, which paper, which essay. It's just all in one, and it's easy to use, and it's ready to use actually. So it's convenient, and it's the cheapest version on the market, as we said already. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you also.
Thank you, and it really works. I tried it now, so it's really up and running. And again, I will go a little bit to the past, and I see here a colleague who I worked with in one company many years ago, and one of the tasks I got was around counting customers, and I was like, okay, how come they don't know how many customers they had? And I keep this issue, coming across to this issue up until now in other companies. Well, e-commerce companies, they are quite mature in that. They already understand what customer analytics is. But there are large companies in other segments who still need to learn this, who don't have this basic insights. How many customers I have, how valuable are they to me. So let me invite a team which does this breakthrough, hopefully, for traditional manufacturing company. Colonia team, please come on stage.
Good evening and welcome to our presentation. My name is František, and today and together with Daniel, we would like to present our data solution called Customer Analytics in Colonia. Colonia Press is a printing company based in Kolín, Czech Republic, and they are on the market for more than 25 years. The company specializes in the printing of labels. But Colonia also, one more important information, that their turnover is almost 500 million Czech crowns. But Colonia has one major problem. And that problem is that they are losing customers. Every single year, they lose more than 150 customers, which is more than 10% of their portfolio. But this is only the effect, not the root cause of the problem. And the root cause of the problem is their sales representative using, at this time, reactive sales strategy instead of proactive. In order to change to proactive one, they need to have some tool which will help them to identify whether the client is active, inactive, or maybe leaving. When is the right time to start the retention campaign? But luckily, we have a solution. Our solution consists of 3 dashboards, which focusing on different topics, such as customer lifetime value, activity of the customers, and last but not least is the KPI. The main aim of our solution to give the user the insight into the customer data in a significantly reduced time. Our solution doesn't rely only on internal data, but we enrich our data sets with the external one. We use RESTful API from Czech government to always have up-to-date information about Colonia's customers. Moreover, we added a value-added tax alert, which means that the user of the report will be informed if the customer has some problems with the paying value-added tax on time. Let's have a look on our solution. First, I would like to show you the first report, which will help them to identify the key performance indicators, such as what is the average time of delivery, average spend, and also they can see the trends to identify whether the customer has downsizing trend or upsizing. Second dashboard aims to activity of the customers, where you can see aggregated and also detailed view, so the Colonia's user can easily identify whether the customer is active, inactive, or maybe leaving, when is the great time to start the retention campaign. Now, over to you, Daniel.
Thank you, František. We believe this solution can change the way Colonia sees their clients. There are 2 main benefits we want to mention. Firstly, we have significantly reduced time to insight. which basically means that there is no effort needed to get the insight about Colonia's clients. With customer analytics, managers can now see the number of orders and clients in specific time. Moreover, their sales representatives can now see a detail of specific client, such as who the client is, when is he typically order, and what is the average amount spent per an order. Now, I would like to talk briefly about our architecture. This analysis is based on data from ERP system called Helios, enriched with external data provided through APIs by the Czech Ministry of Finance. These registers provide standard identification, such as the establishment date, as well as the information whether the client pays their value-added tax on time. Today, Colonia can see their clients in a whole new perspective. To illustrate the importance of this project, the outcome of it will be discussed on board meeting in the July. But not only the outcome of reporting itself, but also the challenges we have faced through this project implementation. It was a valuable lesson both for us and Colonia. We have learned the challenge of real business project, that not everything goes as planned, and you always have to have a second option in your back pocket. Colonia learned the impact of data project both from technical and business point of view. Yet the biggest challenge is still to come. We have provided a tool that can change the way Colonia sees their clients, but it is now up to them to leverage this tool to its fullest potential, to gain the insights about their clients, and to change the company from reactive to proactive one. Thank you for your attention, and we are looking forward to your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Indeed, as you have mentioned, it is up to Colonia whether they will change the way how they do the retention, whether they will actually use the tool. I would like to ask whether there is something more that can be done in order to support them, because I think, based on what I've seen, you've prepared basically a dashboard which is summarizing the information on the customers. So I have some customer analytics as the, let's say, CMO or whatever role I'm in, and maybe I would like to ask whether there is some view or option which would give me which customers are at risk. What are the ones I have to focus on in a simple way?
Okay, so at this time, the Colonia doesn't have the analytic solution at all. This is the first point, and the maturity of analytical solution is on a low level. At this time, the reports can help them to solve the problems with the leaving customers, and the user can use it. The sales representative can choose the customer from their portfolio, and they can see in the visualization, and also they have information when the customer, whether it's active or inactive, or also there is a trend graph, so they can identify whether the trend is downside or upside. So they can decide whether the customer is active or inactive. And also, it's also about the relationship, because sometimes you know that the customer, for example, told you that they, for example, has a seasonal business. So it's also not only about our solution, but also the relationship between the sales representative and the customer itself.
Okay, thanks. Maybe one more quick question. Do you already have some feedback from Colonia? Have they seen the tool? Have they tried to use it?
Well, we were not able to do the user testing due to we still have no Power BI license to implement this report in Colonia's tenant, and we discuss it only with our mentor, who is also a member of board in Colonia. So that's the only one from Colonia who saw it.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much.
Maybe something related. How would you ensure that the product is developed? Because apparently it's just the initial stage of development. Somebody has to take care of it in the future. Would it be you or internal team to Colonia?
Yeah, we believe this solution is developed to the state we want it to, and it's only the question of publication of report in their tenant and to upload the ETL processes into their database. And if they want to expand the solution in the future, they will have our report and also the ETL, so they can just, based on the documentation and those technical files, they can just finish it up or make it better, I guess.
Thank you.
I may have missed, maybe you have mentioned it already, but do I need to proactively go and search for the customer, or is there an alert or report or whatever, a dashboard showing me that here are the customers, this amount of customers in this value is under the risk of whatever, and here are other customers, so that I, as an owner, for instance, can actually make sure that somebody is looking at the high-risk customers, for instance? Maybe you said it already.
Okay, so at this time, as I said, or as I present the dashboards, it's manually work. So you have to choose the customers you want from the portfolio of you as a sales representative, and then you can see the trends. Also, as I'm not really sure if I mentioned, but there is a table for each customers and where you can see when was placed the last order. So then you can decide if the customer is active or inactive.
So it really makes the access to the information easier in a way.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's still a lot of manual work and human thinking.
Yes, human thinking, and also, as we said, the informations are ready, but they are somewhere, maybe in the Helios system, maybe in the ERP system. It's very time-consuming to get the information about when this customer orders something, and our main benefit is the significantly reduced time to get the insight into the customer data, into the customer base.
Thank you.
You just mentioned significantly reduced time. What does that mean in numbers?
In numbers, I would say that, for example, in this stage of the Colonia's company, they need to search it to do the analysis in Excel maybe for 10 minutes. At this time, they can choose, or they can take the filter or select the firm in the filter, and the search result will be ready in a few seconds.
Okay, it would have been better to at least count that into man-hours, show it in monthly savings or something, that we can see how this time could be used to something else, perhaps adding value somewhere else.
Well, I would say it was basically impossible to get the insight because the ERP system is newly implemented, and till now it was really, really hard work to even find that some customer changed the provider of their printing label, and now they can at least see the view of who the customer is, and to get the insight from the report just by clicking on it. So it's basically the change of the mindset of the company to see things that they were not able to see till now.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you. Thank you to the last final team. So what's next? I will now ask our jury to spend some time together, undisturbed, and come up with their view of the performance of these teams. And then we will add it to your points from the technical assessment. I also want to invite all of the students to check out their teams because there is also voting. You will vote for the best team, in your opinion, from these 5 teams. So I'm inviting you to vote. There is also a small prize for the student team, for the student winner. And within a couple of dozens minutes, we will reunite here and we will announce the winner of the final. So for now, let's have a break. There are some refreshments, and we will welcome you shortly back here. Thank you. Halo, halo? Halo, halo? Ještě.
Can you take your places, please?
Take your places, please. See, some people are in the first floor, so if you can call others. So it took way longer than I expected. The jury probably had a fight, or no?
Sort of.
Okay, I think we will hear about it shortly. So, this is the final of the final, and I'm really glad that you all made it. You are still here with us. I'm glad, and I don't remember what team mentioned that the product number 1 of Vasha is here with me. So let me pass the words to Ota.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks for it was Study Buddy, I think. Thanks, Study Buddy. Unfortunately, I wasn't part of the jury, so, but good try. Thank you very much. So, again, thank you very much for spending, I think it was 4 months with us, with the whole team who took care about yourself. So all the mentors, Mirek, Petr in there, and Jakub Stransky, who had to leave, unfortunately. And thanks to all the teachers or lecturers of our classes. Some of them are sitting there. Thank you very much. It was pleasure having you as a dragons, as a presentation teachers, as the ones who have corrected the team ideas, so it was beautiful. And I have seen a big progress of all the ideas. You know, if you see myself, I have it for the 4th time. So if you see someone 3 months ago or 4 months ago when we had a first Demolition Thursday, do you remember? Yeah. And now you see yourself on the stage. It's tremendous progress of all of you. And I think it requires congratulations and big applause. I'd like to also, because it's not only the data project challenge for you as a students, but it's also a big challenge for us as organizers, because to organize such an event and the whole class, it is not as easy as having 1.5 hour long presentation in the lecture room. It's something different and it requires a lot of people. I'd like to thank all the team, data and business, who took care about all of that. Thank you very much, guys, in the back. And as I told you, I am standing here for the 3rd time, but as a challenge final for the 4th time, I'd like to share some progress we made. In the 1st year, I just thought it would be easy to have a jury, and the jury will announce the winner. You know, no due diligence, no points, nothing called. It was pretty simple, and I enjoyed that. But we have got quite a lot of comments from your colleagues that you would like to have that contest more analytically oriented. and that you would like us to check also the technical quality of your solution. And I think it was very wise. So we have divided the, let's say, the presentations and everything to two parts. First is technical part, which took place last week, and then it's the business presentation, which took place just today. And I think it makes this contest pretty unique, because usually on the startup contests, it's a, let's say, fight of the PowerPoints. Yeah, but now here, all the solutions are really working to some extent. Yeah. And I appreciate that, because it's completely different to making the PowerPoint presentation of such a beautiful idea if you have to make it by yourself. So this is it. This is also for our partners. Without you, we won't be able to organize such a beautiful event. So thank you very much. And for the last innovation, which is new from the last year, I have got a request that having only one winner is not enough, and that students would like to select their winner. So it's time to announce them, perhaps, yeah. Okay, everybody. Come here. And I have to tell you something about the prize in this envelope. It's a 1,000 crowns voucher. In fact, 1,000 crowns banknote. I didn't have a time to print the voucher. And it has been awarded by myself. So, thank you very much, and I hope you won't take that banknote home and that you will spend it here in the bar. So, and before I pass the word to Mirek, the last thing. I have seen all of you during the first year during the first day of your studies. I don't know whether you remember, but I was that guy who just told you it will be difficult, you should go to the school, do not miss lectures, and all these things. And I see you now in the last day of your first year, and this is the last day where all of you are together. Unfortunately, in the second year, you all will be on internships, having electoral subjects, and so. You won't be able to see yourself in that amount of people together. So I hope you will enjoy that evening, and let's say you will use the time to have a fun and perhaps to have some reflection of what you have done throughout the whole year, not only that challenge class. But now is the time for Mirek and for the second prize, slightly bigger than mine. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Otto. So, assume all of you are curious. So let's start clicking.
Oh, sorry, we have to have a jury.
Aha, the jury.
Yeah.
That's actually important, because then you wouldn't pay attention. So let me invite the head of our jury, Ivanka, here. Yeah. To tell us the story. What happened up there? I couldn't find you, then I found you, but we were still discussing. So do you find it challenging?
Yeah, we find it quite challenging, actually. And we were discussing a lot. But when I was thinking about today's event and inspired by you, the best product of VŠE, which I think nobody will ever get rid of this nickname.
We will need a T-shirt. We will need a T-shirt for Ota. Kamcho T-shirt.
So I was thinking about two events I attended in last 2 weeks. And one was organized by Google invitation only, 150 CEOs silently invited to Manes. And regional president of Google said there, now it's the time to go from wow to how. And I was totally loving it. Because you guys are the ones who know to go to the how. And it's very much needed. And today, I attended the first day of the conference Digital Česko. And on the famous panel there, which I really loved, there was Tomáš Mikolov, who was speaking about AI. And if you know him, he's very pragmatic and down to the earth. And so he said, well, everybody calls it AI, but it's just a little bit advanced programming, you know? So you are on the right path, all of you, just by being here. It's the right spot at the right place. And all the discussions about how Czech Republic is behind, for almost 10 years behind in artificial intelligence and IT. You are the guys who will change that for all of us, right? We'll be just doing, and you will be working, and we will be really doing great. And there was Lukáš Kačena, who is leading Prague AI, if you know him. And he said, well, we need to do da-da-da in order to become Moskovna and not Montovna. Again, in your hands. And now back to the process. What we loved was that people who were involved at the beginning of this project, bits and pieces, you know, that they all said, oh, such a great progress in presentation skills, in the way how you engage people, the audience, in the way how you took into consideration the customers, in the way how you mostly did define the problem. And so we ended up discussing from different perspectives what we have seen. And at the end of the day, we said, okay, was the problem defined, yes or no? Did we see the solution for the problem? And the very important question which we asked ourselves was, and could we trust the solution? And the third one was there a seen benefit or proven benefit or at least projected benefit? So that was that functional part. But those of you who have attended the previous seminars know that I will be mentioning the emotions, because you will always win your employer, your customer, primarily by emotions. And that's about way how I'm presenting, that's about the way how I am able to include humor or include storytelling, how I can make a surprise, how I structure my narrative. And again, this was an important part of our judgment as well. And not everybody did the same in every single element, but we were really very happy to see you here, and I wish you all the good luck, because I was forbidden to say anything more, right?
Actually, you don't know more. We have.
It should be a surprise also for the jury. Okay.
Thank you, Ivanko. Well, everyone, what do you have? I don't know if you realize it, but you got tons of gifts over the last couple of months, because feedback, this is what people should consider a gift. And you got tons of feedback from a lot of people, from experts who did the technical evaluation, from Ivanka, from some people here. And this is what you, just be aware of that, because this is really something what not everyone, what you will not get everywhere. And you will also get a feedback, because we took a lot of notes. This is Data Project Challenge, and we started collecting more and more data. So the dramaturgy And what we do here is more and more based on data. And yes, we have collected also feedback from the technical due diligence. So as an outcome of this project, you will get really written feedback. That will be probably the final gift from us. But keep it with you.
It will be a grade.
They will get also a grade, but I think, well, I keep telling to my boys the grades don't matter that much. But yes, you will be graded, but you will also get a feedback. And someone will get this this big piece of plastic.
And then we will help you to convert it to the bank account numbers.
So let's get started.
So this is the team presentation evaluation by the jury members. But it's not the end. There was also the due diligence. So try to remember these numbers. Do you know?
Who can count?
Who can count? Do we have a winner?
So where is your study buddy? So please come on stage, guys.
On stage.
Study buddy. Study buddy. So I'm really glad to have you here. This is the prize for you. Big applause again. And no, this is not the last time you have the mic. That wasn't last time. So you spoke the most. So just share your feelings right now. Have you expected this?
Yeah, of course. I mean, no. I'm actually speechless. So it was very exhaustive. Oh, you know. It was a good experience, but then I have never even dreamt of this moment. It's, my God. Yeah, I'm happy. We are all happy, but wow. It was one hell of a ride. So thank you all, and thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, that's all.
And I hope we'll have a study buddy implemented in a couple of months, unless I will change your grades. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. And to conclude, because we are just the only hurdle between you and the after party, I'm always finishing the data project challenge by saying the winners have been awarded, but after party is for everyone. Enjoy your evening.